I want to get down to the simplest possible nitty-gritty.
Greetings, various denizens of the internet, and welcome back to Bad Pachimari League's group stages. We are still in our first week, but it is our third day. We're going to be bringing you the first game of today, which will be Worcester Steel Drivers versus Snapdragon. I'm Funky Monk. I'll be your play-by-play for the duration of this game, and joining me will be Ippy.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to getting this A-League game underway. We've got a lot of games today. We've got 5 games here on the A stream, and then coming up later we have some on the B stream, but let's look ahead at our schedule today. We've got some A-League bangers: Worcester Steel Drivers versus Snapdragon, as you said, Fermata versus Powerwash Pirates, I think that's the B League, and then Interstellar versus Doko Drivers. Really, really cool stuff, and all these teams sort of vying for their points in their respective group stages right now.
Indeed, they are. Worcester Steel Drivers and Snapdragon have, of course, met before, but today on BPL Tool, of course, you'll be seeing Irhen, Ogled, and Eye Candy. I believe... No, they haven't met before. I think Irhen got knocked out initially of the A-League bracket by Worcester Steel Drivers. And Eye Candy, I believe, went all the way to the finals, so could potentially be an easy game for Eye Candy, but you never know. Irhen could potentially upset them.
Absolutely. So yeah, the kickoff tournament really setting the seeding here for the teams, and putting maybe one of the best teams against maybe one of the weaker teams here, as you see the entire kickoff tournament bracket for the A-League. And we see Worcester Steel Drivers and Snapdragon have indeed met before in that second round, with Snapdragon taking it at that time and then losing to the winners of Frenetic. So it's interesting to see like how maybe maybe Frenetic are a lot better than the other teams in this league. Maybe we don't really know Snapdragon's true potential yet. That's some interesting things that are going to be seen here, I think, in today's game.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, this table isn't necessarily representative of how good these teams are as teams themselves. Of course, you see some of these teams, they had bye weeks. So they just went straight to the second round of the tournament without even needing to play that first round. And if they did end up playing that first round, who knows? We could be looking at an entirely different bracket here with maybe a completely different team coming out on top. But these are the teams that we will be watching today. We Worcester Steel Drivers versus Snapdragon. Obviously, you saw they have met before. It was a 2-1 win for Snapdragon, but it was close.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see a lot of mainstay BPL players here, Bochi as well, being even from the sub-tourney 3 days, really long stay here on a lot of teams, a lot of accolades under the belt too. And there's others like Kernmaster, Butters, the Siren, Luca, Meester, who have been here for a very long time. So it's interesting to see these really sort of big teams go against each other. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they pull out.
The big names on both sides, but will they be able to pull out the big plays, Ippy? That's really what we're here for. Of course, we have a set map pool for today, so we can just take a look at that, potentially. Yeah, see down there, it's going to be Antarctic Peninsula, Rialto, Colosseo, and if we somehow draw on any of these maps, I don't see that happening, but we'll go to Nabani.
You could see the draw on Colosseo, maybe, if none of them push the bot. Maybe there's a gentleman's agreement. They love Nabani. Everyone loves Nabani.
Yes,
right?
Of course. Everyone loves Nabani.
And everyone hates Colosseo.
Notably.
So maybe that is the throw to get to Numbani. I don't know about that one. Antarctic Peninsula as well. I think really sort of interesting new control map that we got. Well, I say new, it's been a while for it. It's newest control map that we've got. It's a lot of sort of varied points, but I think Rush very heavily favored here. There's a lot of low ground that you can get access to, and you see the teams already sort of like peaking and showing the Fermata, which I fully expect a much move would make sense, I think, for especially if this is our first point, the icebreaker. So much low ground that you can access. The point is sort of sheltered away here. Really, like, not much high ground contest as both the teams start rolling out, and there's a Jay Silly on the field.
Indeed there is. I haven't seen this look out of Worcester yet. I imagine it's an adaptation they've made after losing to Snapdragon on this first control point last time they met. Let's see what value the Junkrat can gain. Snapdragon just content to sit on point for now, take a little bit of spam damage. It will be up to Worcester to isolate a target, and they have walled off Crinizon, but it's really the damage being poured into Choi Soo-hwan that's really being the difference maker here. Of course, Kurtlebert has to use that Immortality field. Crinizon's on such low HP there, has to kite away, and Worcester will be capping this point first.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sort of like very patient from the side of Snapdragon as well. Just sort of slowly, they take the point first, but then they get pushed off. And Bochi here with the Junkrat making themselves known. They take down Crinizon.
Indeed, even through a window, there's only so much you can out-heal. John's going to just chuck down a sound barrier as well. Kernmaster's got one of their own, but it will be that extra coalescence utility that will see Worcester Steel Drivers prevailing here.
Yeah, absolutely. A really sort of push as well, and that's going to really hurt Snapdragon. They're not only did they lose first cap, but they sort of lose an extended team fight that is going to set them really far back in terms of ultimate charge. You've got the suck here for Choi Soo-hwan. You've got the tire for Bochi. If you can land that, that can instantly win you the fight. If you can take, maybe one of these supports out, or even force the lamp, that's still value. Snapdragon, they're going to have to go for this long rotation and maybe play a little bit slower, try to build up to this annihilation.
Do you think Frozen's Blossom could potentially be the difference maker here? But we shall see. Bochi's gonna chuck out the tire first and foremost, just looking for a target in that backline. It forces the lamp, but John just not quite in there at time. Choi Soo-hwan's gonna walk on forward, take out two. It's Frozen here, just can't get anything done. Too much damage outputted by Worcester.
And that's the power of the tire. You can just force the sports to play so scared. Even though Butters does lamp and it's a good lamp that does save him, unfortunately Kernmaster pulls too far back, the tire goes for the chase, and you don't have the sort of big burst that if you're not going near Frozen, you don't have the big burst to take down that tire. So coming out here with the Death Blossom, are we going to see it?
Well, we might just onto this May. No, they're going to hold on to it, a little bit of restraint, but it's actually going to be Duke the first to fall here. Frozen's going to go for the Death Blossom. It does find Otters, and Kernmaster is quickly cleaned up by Kurtlebert. And it's going to be the window here, which is going to give Snapdragon the edge in this team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. So Death Blossom and window quite cheap, realistically. I think Kurtlebert has built the window quite quickly. So you will still have a bit of safety in the sound barrier for John. Got that in the back pocket as... Worcester Steel Divers, they're slowly building up to some big ultimates. The tire is next. Bochi, really fast build time on this. But the Coalescence, they might just try a fast engage here with Coalescence.
It seems like Snapdragon are going to take the momentum on this one. Chucks out the Blizzard, unfortunately to no avail. It just buys Snapdragon a little bit of time, but time away from what? Immortality field already forced out. John's going to have to use that sound barrier, and all for a petty little Coalescence. Frozen does manage to take out Bochi as well as their Rip Tire, which will force Worcester to back away.
Yeah, that's interesting. So a really, really good kill on Bochi there. And they're actually going in very fast with the Blizzard, but the wall is so good. Actually, they unfreeze before they can even get to them.
Yeah, that's just relatively unfortunate there, but Duke does get caught out there, and Otters does find a kill onto Frozen before being taken out themselves. Annihilation in there from Crinizon. This is going to be the difference maker here. Choi Soo-hwan, such low HP, has to force that Nemesis form out, And Snapdragon, they're just accruing percentage here.
Yeah, absolutely. They sort of have the fast engage, but unfortunately taken down by Crimson's really good annihilation. As we return here to a kind of neutral fight. Maybe Frozen doesn't lead to Death Blossom. It's not, I'd say, the strongest ultimate to use in this kind of position unless you can sneak behind them. Worcester Steel Divers, they're really going to struggle here. Not close to any ultimates and coming up to last fight. As it might be a point win for Snapdragon here, especially if a Death Blossom hits. You
never know. Butters is building towards that Coalescence pretty quickly. It does look like Otters has found themselves caught out a little bit. Has to use the wall to just stop them from dying, but the rest of Worcester are going to take the rotation around. Coalescence available here for Butters, and it's just going to be all blue in the kill feed as Worcester clean up the point.
Yeah, absolutely solid rotation there from Worcester Steel Divers, and using the one tool they had to their advantage as they get the cap here, and the overtime will tick away, as I don't think anyone from Snapdragon is close enough. As you see glory to the Worcester Steel Divers Union in the chat. As yeah, solid play there from Snapdragon and or from Worcester Steel Divers, sorry. As we look forward to the next control point, and this is the interesting one. So if this was the subterranean, if this was the labs, then I'd say like maybe okay, like there's a bit of high ground to play around. Like there's not much high ground to play around with. Sorry. And you can maybe run the rush, and you might still see it here, but there is that high ground to play around with. You've got that big platform sticking out into the middle of the point. You know, you could potentially host. You can sometimes see like Ash on this map, and using the high ground to that advantage. But it looks like both these teams sticking with the comps they rolled out on first on, and including Bochi sticking to this Junkrat, which I think has been getting value. I've been seeing big tires that force the supports to back off.
One early Nemesis form there, taking a lot of damage. Ball's pretty low. Snapdragon have got a nice little bit of space here to work with as they take that sort of ledge high grounds. They try to isolate Choi Soo-hwan, but it's actually going to be Duke to fall. That's why you play the Junkrat. Sometimes the nades just land right, and you find yourself a kill. Crimson is going to fall swiftly afterwards. And Worcester, they're going to be cleaning up here.
Yeah, absolutely great identification from Bochi there to see Duke. She was cowering in the corner by the mini pack and just lobs a couple of mines in there, and the kill is done. And once that maze off the field, like the rest of Worcester Steel Divers can move in for the kill, knowing that you're not going to have the threat of the freeze, you're not going to have the threat of the wall cutting you off. Really solid play, and building up some big ultimates here as well. Kurtlebert on the other side will have the window, so you might see sort of a window engage, but without something like a Rhino on the field, you don't have that fire strike potential. So we see the rush engage here.
We do, but Bochi just has that Riptire so early, forces the Immortality field out of Kurtlebert and leaves him on such low HP, but Bochi is going to find the kill onto Frozen with that concussive mine. Worcester, they really have to pull something out of the bag here in order to get something done. Crimson is going to find Bochi. That might be enough for Snapdragon, but Kurtlebert's going to fall as well. Forces the Annihilation out. Even then, Worcester, they still have 3 ults.
Yeah, Annihilation just to close it there, and I think with Kurtlebert going down, you know, it could potentially be savable if I think if Kurtlebert lived. You know, you do have everyone being saved by a really good Immortality field. The tire does hit, but takes everyone down to low health. They all live. But with Kurtlebert gone, the burst healing isn't there. John does have the sound barrier, but it's just not a good enough situation to use it. Early Blizzard here, surprise Blizzard actually. This catches most of Snapdragon off guard.
Oh, that's a perfectly timed sound barrier as well. And Frozen goes in with a Death Blossom, finds 2. Blizzard in as well from Duke. Might have been a little bit of overkill, but I'd say it's worth it to get that team kill.
Yeah, 3 ultimates there invested there, and you start ticking up on progress on the point. Maybe a little bit expensive, but you do now have the positioning to play around with. Annihilation, really the only ultimate for Snapdragon here. Definitely a good ultimate before, for sure, but with Kermaster Speed Boost, you should be able to kite this.
Coalescence engage here for Worcester. They're going to try to chunk down Crinizon's health, and it is working. Sound barrier out now from Kernmaster gives them a lot more sustain to work with. Crinizon is falling very low, but Worcester can't quite find that extra damage that they need to land a kill, so they're just going to rotate onto point here, try to force Snapdragon down to their level, and Kernmaster's going to find Duke. Bochi is going to be forced out of this angle here, but Frozen is on 1 HP, having to Wraith form away. Any kind of bullet will take them out as Choi Soo-hwan finds them with the Nemesis form pummel. Kernmaster going to be cleaning up here with the kill onto Kurtlebert. And it's just going to be Crinizon trying to stall out, eke out that tiny, tiny bit of percentage that they can.
Yeah, absolutely. Really solid beat there from Kernmaster, saved at the perfect moment to counter Crimson's annihilation. And yeah, the rest of the team sort of kite backwards. You sort of see the speed move out. Butters fades away with the coalescence, heals up the rest of the team. Snapdragon left so low on the high ground, and they kind of have to play slow for a minute and wait for the health to restore, and that gives Bocce the perfect time to land the nades and the mine to take out their first pick. And engaging with a tire here already, you got to watch out if you're Snapdragon. This could be the end.
Oh, but didn't get the mortality field down in time. Crimson got walled off. No Kurt Levert means no mortality field, and if you're a Fermata that's been walled off, that's not good at all. Annihilation coming out here from Choi Soo-hwan. It's just murder in Antarctica. And Worcester will claim the first map in a big surprise to me personally, because this is not how it went down last time.
Yeah, absolutely. Solid play, I think, from Worcester. Really good sort of identification of what ultimates Snapdragon had. They played around them really well. And really interesting Junkrat play. I think, you don't often see a lot of Junkrat. But the Junkrat specialists, I think they've got the wrinkles in the brain to be able to work out the perfect nade angles. They know where to land everything, and know like 4D geometry to be able to bounce them around walls. But seriously, no, a really good pick, and sort of played around it really well.
Yeah, the Junkrat was definitely the difference maker, I think. That was the one key absence from Worcester Steel Drivers' Brawl Comp last time we saw them, is that they didn't have a Junkrat, and now they do have a Junkrat. They've started to win games, so this is working out pretty well for them, EP.
It might not be the Junkrat cheat code. I think it plays a very different role from the sort of Reaper in the composition, where Reaper is trying to sort of close gaps. And that can be difficult depending on, how your tank is engaging. You want to make sure you're doing the teleport into the backline at about the same time the rest of your tank and the rest of the team are engaging. Otherwise, you're kind of flanking alone, which means like that gives you time for the enemy team to capture someone on the rotation. So you really want to be sort of moving in surprise with the Reaper. Because Junkrat is playing a lot more with the team. You saw Bocce rotating with the rest of the team, sort of lobbing mines from afar. Really sort of good placement on the grenades as well. And that just, and obviously things like the mine as well, that can just sort of bounce players around, cause a lot of chaos. And really sort of good adaptation, I think, for this kind of like take a sort of normal Fermata Rush comp and throw something different in the mix, and works out really well.
Yeah, I think what also really helped Worcester there is the kind of map that Antarctic Peninsula is, where you kind of have to be forced through these tight, narrow choke points. And if there's something you really don't want forced down a tight, narrow choke point, it's deadly, lethal explosives.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you just pick character, that's that. It's death.
Yeah, absolutely, and you see that on the subterranean map as well. That's the sort of choke points you've got to go through there are pretty rough. You can either get, the tight ones are the only ones that lead you to the high ground. Yeah, you do have the option of that low ground approach where it is more open, but then you give away the high ground to the opposing team. And if you're not playing like a dive composition, that's kind of
Well, we're going to head over to a much more dive-centered map now, Rialto. It'll be interesting to see how these teams adapt to this more high ground-oriented play style. There will be some substitutions here for Snapdragon. Luca is going to come in for Kurt Lebert, and Donkey will be coming in for Duke, which I believe is just Jakaru alt account.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Rialto, there's a lot more high ground on this map, but I think, historically, you do still see a lot of rush. It was, even in sort of like dive metas, you did see sort of Ryan play here in Overwatch 1. It was quite popular for goats as well back in the day. So I think, it is expected that you would see, and Worcester Steel Divers are selecting it, the Fermata Rush, but on the other hand, Snapdragon with the double sniper composition, definitely a mainstay on a map like Circle Royale, which is so powerful for the snipers. But Rialto, not a shabby sniper map either, and Snapdragon trying this sort of different composition. Interesting to see how it works. It's definitely, in theory, Sigma double sniper can totally work, but we'll see how it works against Worcester Steel Drugs.
I do think it's a bit of a gamble because the snipers only really come into play once the cart gets around that second corner and gets into that lovely open space that the snipers can use to play around. Gonna see Bocce perhaps looking for a flank, found out there by Frozen, who's just going to use the Storm Arrows to take him out. But all the while, Worcester were rotating through to the high ground. It does force the Immortality Field out of Luca and the rest of Snapdragon to rotate back to the low ground, which isn't necessarily where they want to be, but it does open up the sight lines for the snipers.
Yeah, absolutely. Great identification there onto Bocce, who immediately makes the swap onto the Sombra. I think that makes sense. You want someone who can go into the backline here to distract and sort of poke at the snipers. The only problem here, I think, is sort of how are you going to utilize this EMP? As it looks like Worcester Steel Drivers immediately sort of taking this high ground away from Snapdragon. Really good rotation.
Yeah, no, they just really want to clear that out. Frozen's going to find Bocce, though, and I mean, I wouldn't want to fight a 4v5 if I were you, and that rock onto Choi Su-hwan will seal his fate. And Kernmaster is going to be the stagger kill for this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. So the way that Worcester are playing is that they kind of leave Otters alone on the point here, the solo point pusher. Really good pick initially by Frozen to eliminate the Sombra. Bocce not been struggling a little bit on the Sombra so far, but it's still building up to the CMP. As it looks like Worcester still wants to try this sort of same rotation, rotate onto the high ground with the speed boost and sort of jump across to the opposing high ground. We'll see if it works around this time.
Princeton's looking incredibly vulnerable there. Immortality Field having to be invested. Bocce's going to get the hack onto Frozen, but it doesn't stop the brunt of the damage going over onto Crinison, who's almost hacked out of the flux, but just manages to duck behind a statue in time.
Yeah, I think the flux doesn't actually connect with anyone there. I think it did miss.
No, yeah, I think it hit.
Investing...
I think it hit like Otters.
Okay. I missed that one. Frozen investing the Dragon as well. I guess it's not a one fight, and actually more investments here. Worcester going in with the Coalescence, the invisible one, as actually cleaning up a couple of kills here as they overextend. And this might just be point with no one on Snapdragon able to come back this quickly. Yeah, a really interesting sort of play there. I didn't expect the Dragon Strike to come out at all. I thought like, okay, well that's fight win, you know. Snapdragon get 3, but yeah, really good pushback from Worcester here as we move on to B.
Oh, hack tease there from Bocce. Just looking for something, but unfortunately, Infrasight will force Bocce out of their flank position, and you know, Donkey Kong will be able to scout the rest. Oh no, Crinison! Oh no, that's a big lamp there from Luca. But I think it only serves to delay the inevitable. Much like this Transcendence, Donkey Kong's going to find Kernmaster's going to find Otters as well. That's the real power of this Widowmaker, just getting these picks out of nowhere.
Please heal
3 HP.
Please heal him. There we are. As, yeah, so that's the second fight now in a row that Worcester have started by knocking Crimson off the high ground. And it has to be a huge amount of resources invested from the supports. The lamp and the Transcendence there from John. Just to keep him alive. It does work out this time, but Bocce with the EMP is going to come in and really ruin the side of Snapdragon.
Oh, it's not even going to be that. Crimson just didn't rotate back to the high ground, and Worcester Steel Drivers are like, okay, yes, I will take this free meal. They're going to chuck the Annihilation in there as well. It does clean up Luca. But Worcester, that's just a free fight for them.
Yeah, and now I think you are sort of starting to see the weakness of the Snapdragon composition. Double Sniper, it works good on A, it works okay on B, but as you start moving to the back of C here, this is really where it weakens. And Bocce's in the backline, EMP already out, and the Flex Spot is down.
Ah, that's just beautiful there. I love to see that kind of team play with the EMPs. I mean, yet another good fight win here for Worcester. I mean, Otters gets taken out in the meantime, but this payload ain't stopping.
Yeah, and you're starting to see, like, now a full rotation from Snapdragon onto this sort of weird kind of Sigma Sojourn composition. It's a bit of a weird one. Bocce also responds with the Cassidy. Yeah, this is real freaky. Yeah, you hope Crimson sort of lands the ultimate and maybe swaps. That's maybe what you're expecting here. Use the ultimates that you do have to try and stop Worcester in their tracks.
Gonna go straight for the Flux. It's met by the Sandbarrier from Kernmaster. Butters has the Coalescence as well. It's gonna be met by the window from Luca. Ooh. And it's gonna just beam down Butters. You love to see it there.
An essential kill there, I think, as well. Eliminating Butters, eliminating all that healing for the side of Worcester. And so you finally see a little bit of respite here for the side of Snapdragon. But I'm still a little worried about this kind of weird hybrid comp. John's built up to the rally, and rally really good at sort of sustaining in one of these fights. Worcester as well, not close to many ultimates, might have to play slow. But yeah, it's a little worrying.
Old stick there. Doesn't quite find what I think Frozen was looking for. Oh, Crimson's been walled off. He's going to take so much damage. Butters going to be the one to find the final blow. But Choice 1 overextends massively. No tanks in the field anymore. This is going to be free range for all the DPS here. But they just can't seem to find a pick yet.
Yeah, absolutely. The defensive position's a bit too strong here. As, you will start to see Bocchi move over to the point here. Oh, that's an excellent hinder.
Indeed, but Donkey Kong's going to find the headshot onto Butters, and I'd much rather lose a Tracer than a Moira. Blizzard's going to have to be invested here. Crimson's not in the lamp, but it's going to be the rally shield to prevent the headshots, and Donkey Kong with the overclock. Going to pick up 2, maybe a 3rd. It's going to be Crimson to finish that one off.
Absolutely. So really sort of solid play there. The rally and the overclock coming in clutch. As now you see Crimson onto the Ramatra, which I think is a much more sensible composition. So that's the thing I was worried about, is how do you rotate off of the Sigma? It turns out you just die by being walled in, and that allows you to go back to spawn and change.
Yeah, Crimson's going to go for the same kind of angle again, but you just don't have the May of your own, and that Immortality field is so fragile. Choisu Juan, more than happy to pick up that extra ult charge to build that Annihilation. Bocchi's going to pop the Deadeye as well, because why not? Treat yourself, Bocchi, treat yourself.
Yeah, and coming up to double support ultimates as the defending team tried to push out here. It's a really brutal point to try and retake at this position, and Snapdragon just had to rush to the point.
That Pulse Bomb had to come up clutch there, and it just didn't. Donkey Kong taken out there. Butters with the Coalescence beams down. Criners and Soundbarrier in as well. Skill Orb's going to find Frozen. I don't think there's anything that Snapdragons can do at this point to stop the inevitable, as Worcester take all 3 points.
Yeah, absolutely. And really sort of solid play from A and B as well. Gives them a lot of time back. They struggle a little bit on C, but given how fast they went through the rest of the map, it gave them plenty of time to be able to capture with time. Capturing time not the most essential on Escort, where even in extra rounds everyone gets at least a minute to attack anyway. But Rialto is a very difficult map to capture. So it really is a very solid play from Worcester here, and really they are in the driver's seat in this map. They are really good at dictating the pace. You see these sort of really good engages with the wall to catch out Crimson. That seems to just be the MO here. Run at Crimson, make him use the abilities, make the supports use every ability they have to try keep Crimson alive and take the team down from there. Crimson, I think, so they're going again for this double sniper play, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to find the angles that they want on the fence here. How do you move your Sigma into a position that they can actually help the Widow and the Hanzo get picks?
I mean, you're not going to be able to if you're getting spawn camped.
That might be, yeah. This is I think as well, you don't have anyone on this team other than Lucas Lamp to really deal with the entire team in your face. This might be a good amount of early ult charge here.
The Sonic Arrow's good. It helps predict the rotation here from Worcester. Donkey Kong's going to try for this alternate angle here. Almost playing defense as Worcester try to spawn camp. Snapdragon have to take this slow here. They can't drop.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Widow's going to try rotate round to get a better position to snipe from, but Worcester are doing really well, holding out all these angles. You've got the May on one end, you've got,
Frozen?
With Frozen taking the angle there, maybe this all falls apart.
Frozen? Just freeze people in their tracks, why don't you? Otters is just not long for this world at all. Getting accusations of stream sniping here. I mean, maybe, who knows? Maybe Frozen's just big-brained with that Sonic Arrow.
think Hanzo does have the stream sniping ability of using the be able to see you through walls arrow. I think if that counts.
Yes.
But otherwise, yeah, I think
And he
any
is
kind
a
of
sniper.
spawn hold like that is oh wow, that's a lot of kills on Donkey Kong. There's a lot of people at his face.
I mean, it's a trade, and you're still pushing the cart, and Worcester have to retake this. They're going to be running into a Ramatra here. Discord goes straight out onto Choi Soo-hwan, and Frozen has been coming up so clutch here, finding all of these picks when he really shouldn't be. Crimson's going to find a kill onto Choi Soo-hwan as well. Kermaster trying to stall out the payload, but that slow is going to make it very difficult for him. And Snapdragon, they're going to get first much faster than I thought they would on this comp.
Absolutely. The problem with running all of your team into the back line and capturing the Widow is, yeah, you get the Widow, but you kind of give up the positioning. You see it a lot from these kind of rotations, is that you end up playing offense on defense, and the offense just kind of sit on cart and go, okay, well, if you're over there, we'll just chill. As you see Frozen here engaging with the Dragon Strike on the high ground. Doesn't really push anyone off.
Yeah, but it gives Crimson time to get that Annihilation up. Otters might be looking for the Blizzard here. It would be absolutely crucial to find value with it. But it's going to be the Annihilation out from Crimson first, as well as the Sound Barrier to match from Kernmaster. Blizzard goes in. It's going to freeze up Crimson. Is there the damage? No, there is not, as Butters falls to Frozen. There's no follow-up damage onto Crimson's freeze, so there's no pick from the Blizzard, and that's crucial if you're in the brawl fight to get value out of that. And Worcester just aren't.
Absolutely, it's a strange sort of play from Otters there. Uses the wall to try and sort of not lock people out, but instead locks his own team into the corridor that is not able to then to shoot at Crimson, who sort of falls down frozen to the low ground, and Luke is just there to heal him back up to full. So not a very successful Blizzard there.
Oh, Lucas got that window up, and John is going to take immediate advantage of it. Wall slightly misplaced, will be broken very quickly, and gives the Baptiste line of sight onto Crimson to get that all-important land down. Choi Soo-hwan, discorded now, might find a kill, but it's going to be Otters instead who snipes Luca with an icicle. Butters is going to take out Frozen with the skill up there as well. The Maywall to block off the Widow line of sight is just superb, and Worcester are going to finally be able to start mounting a defense here.
Yeah, it did take them to the back end of B, but they finally sort of stabilized here. And Donkey Kong, really the only one to hold the ultimate on the side of Snapdragon. I'm a little concerned with the sort of angles that you now see the swatch on Sojourn, which I think is definitely better. You can play a lot better with your team, and you don't have to worry too much about sort of like going on really wide angles to snipe anyone, especially when Bochi's on the Tracer. Very easy to hound down that Widowmaker. So the Sojourn looking for the rails and just a lot more damage output than Widow. Makes sense.
Thought Crimson might have overstepped there, but that block is very powerful in avoiding damage, but it's not going to be enough. Bochi even not sticking is going to find the kill with the Pulse Bomb. Kermaster going to find Donkey Kong with that Sound Wave. And Snapdragon, it's back to the drawing board for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So brutal stagger here onto John as well, and Zenyatta. Just whittles the time bank down even more. But yeah, really great sort of burn onto Choi Soo-hwan. Good finish there from Bochi on the Pulse Bomb. But I think there's always going to be a lost fight for Snapdragon anyway. Just no ultimates in the bank. They really had nothing to work with. But now coming up to the Annihilations on both sides. The Transcendence will help you on a pinch, but look at the ultimates from Worcester. 4 in the bank.
Yeah, they could just go fast with the Blizzard here. They might be waiting for the Nemesis form to run out, so there's no armor left. Oh, and they've just baited him straight into the Blizzard. Got frozen out. So much damage pumped into that Ramatra. Only need to use the Sound Barrier just to ensure that they win the fight. Luca trying to desperately push the cart forward. You're just a Baptiste, son. You don't have picks.
Absolutely. I'm very impressed that they managed to burn down Crimson through the Transcendence. Maybe a little bit of a late Transcendence. They're not getting the full healing output. And really sort of solid fight there. Just the Sound Barrier and the Blizzard use. You've still got the Annihilation. You've still got Coalescence. Really, really good at dealing with this sort of composition. Where it's very easy to get all of Snapdragon lined up in a row and burn them all with Coalescence. So definitely a solid ultimate in the back.
Frozen just taking the Tracer duel here. They're just waiting for each other. Make one. Dare make a move. Worcester gonna back up here, down the stairs. Does give Snapdragon a little bit of high ground to work with. Frozen gonna push the card a little bit here. Luca's used the Immortality Field, and Donkey Kong is gonna go for the overclock, but unfortunately, Frozen's gonna find the stick. Not onto the Moira, but onto the Mei. Kamos is gonna go crazy with this, and I think Worcester just had too many ults in that last fight. They're gonna be walking away with Rialto.
Yeah, it does look like a 2-0 here for the side of Worcester. And it's a really, like, early burn onto Luca with the forcing out the lamp very early, getting him annihilated before the window could even come out. The Tracer duel, like, sort of effective as claiming the point, but it's the fight on the high ground, really, that was won by Worcester there to take the map. Really good rotation of ultimates. Definitely had a sort of weird kind of play at the beginning where you're kind of like trying to be on defense, but they sort of solidified and took advantage of sort of Snapdragon's kind of weird compositions. I think I like this sort of idea, but yeah, as I mentioned in the defense, you get into this situation where you're kind of like, okay, we've got to start swapping off the composition, but you don't want to get rid of your ultimates, so you end up with this kind of like weird thing that doesn't really gel well, and that wastes even more time. So interesting, like, try from Snapdragon, and but I think solid play from Worcester here, like, and reversing the script as well, taking the win here. It's a good start for them on the season, beating the team they met in the knockout bracket.
They've very clearly learned a lot since then, as Worcester will be taking the #1 spot in Group 2, as they do manage to win their first game 2-0. But it is early days in this season.
Absolutely. It's you don't want to be a week 1 Wesley here. You want to be a week 6 Wesley. I don't have another W name.
Stephen.
William. That's probably a better W name. Definitely a good start for them. They're sort of playing a very meta composition with a little bit of adaptation from Bochi there, the Junkrat coming in, the Tracer as well. And it's interesting to see the team with these kind of looks. So you've got a DPS that can play a bunch of different heroes and adapt to change in meta or like change in playstyle versus certain teams. Definitely worked out well for them today.
Yeah, I always love seeing adaptability from teams. I kind of, it is kind of a guilty pleasure of mine just having like a hit scan specialist just come in for a map and just absolutely dominate, which isn't necessarily what happened here, but it's the same kind of principle where like you have the players who play the heroes that are really good on this map specifically, so you just play them.
Yeah, good adaptations for each map as well. I think it was interesting to see as a sort of like the rush onto the high ground. I think it's a good identification of like that was the win condition for Snapdragon. They've got double sniper on the defense. They're gonna play from that high ground. You've got to force them out of the position. You can't go through main. You're just gonna get shot at like it's D-Day. So you take the sort of back alley. You go up to the high ground and you rush at them. Really good play and good adaptation in the middle of the game to be able to do that.
Indeed. Of course, that will be it for this game and from us. We're only here to cast this one game, but we have a fantastic schedule lined up for you with a bunch of fantastic casters to take you through them. Up next will be Fermata versus Powerwash Pirates, the two titans of the B League, I believe. Both have skulls in their logos, of course, very scary.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're starting to see, the end of sort of the B League for this week, and Fermata vs Powerwash Pirates, I think going to be pretty much a banger. Techo team's always fun to watch. It's does a good job with his branding, do good job with his teams as well. So definitely one to watch out for. But we also have a game starting on the B stream, I believe, in 15 minutes, scheduled at 7 ET. As we take a look just there, we've got 2 games there. We've got Jürgen Oglet. Yeah, we're going to need a pronunciation guide on that one. Versus Eye Candy. And then Mirage versus Polycollector to round out C League as well. So 2 games that are definitely going to be interesting, I think.
Yeah, we have so much content to bring you and so little time to bring it to you, but we do have just about enough time to take a short break. So don't go anywhere.
too old now, I'm just afraid that you walk away. You're across the room from me, but it's an ocean wide, and the current's pulling.
Welcome back, everybody, to more Bad Pachimari League B-League coverage. My name is Bowsy. I'm joined here by Shun Lizard, and we have a very interesting match here today, Lizard, between two of what we consider the powerhouses currently in the B-League.
That is absolutely correct, and not only are they the powerhouses, but they also have some previous history as well. So between Fermata and Powerwash Pirates, not only is it the Battle of the Skull logos, but this is a rematch of one of our semifinal matches in the B-League tournament. So as you're looking at the bracket here right now, you see it was a 2-0 in favor of Powerwash. They started that lower bracket run, made it all the way to the finals, and Powerwash Pirates, it was pretty dominant. Only dropped one map the entire tournament, and that was to the Krillionaires. So in that grand finals, Powerwash said they feel like they can beat anybody in not just their group, but in B-League as a whole. So we're gonna see if they can put their money where their mouth is today.
They definitely are going to try to put their money where their mouth is, make sure that mouth is clean as well with all that power washing. But definitely, I mean, it's safe to say that they have a very good chance of being able to try and dominate BPL, because their roster is probably one of the strongest I've seen in a long time. You can see it here. You have only two rookies with Gambito and Cry, but you also have talent as Reborn, Lore, Tyler coming on that DPS line, Deem as well coming in for that tank line, and Rocket. But Fermata are also packing a lot of veterans, including Signet and Wi-Fi, who happened to play with each other last season, in addition to Swifters, who has a long history, I believe, of challenging Reborn and or Lore in the same season.
Yeah, and don't ever underestimate the power of a Teku Gen drafted roster, right? This is one of Teku's teams here in the B-League. So, and you mentioned it, just talent on both sides. So the last time these two teams matched up, yes, it was a 2-0, but looking at the more exact score lines, each match was only decided by a point. So I feel like Fermata is really on the edge here, right? You just make a few of those adjustments that you need to, and you can definitely take Powerwash the distance. But I definitely agree with you, especially the DPS line of Powerwash. They are very strong. You've got Tyler, Reborn, and Laura. I mean, that is a DPS line that you do not want to make any mistakes against.
Absolutely. If you're familiar with other leagues like Bad Pachimari League, especially Tranquility, you'll know about the power of Lore and how well he's been able to do, especially in those clutch scenarios. Reborn is the same, Swifter's the same, Tyler's the same. So we are in for one heck of a battle in the DPS. There is probably going to be a lot of back and forths between these DPS players, because they are all hungry for their first win, and they want to start off their season in Bad Pachimari League Season 5 on the right foot. But we're going to get started here with our pre-selected map pool. It starts on Lijiang Tower, then we'll go to Dorado, and if necessary, we'll head to New Queen Street and Midtown for tiebreaker maps. We're going to start on Lijiang Tower, which, Shun Lizard, this map has one very distinct style that usually reigns among the rest.
Yes, it really does, and that's I'm losing my words today. But yeah, when you look at Lijiang, I mentioned this in one of the other broadcasts, it's probably like the control map, right? Because you really have a set style you can play, and it is kind of like that D.I.Y or Brawly style. And I'm taking advice from Gio here, not looking too much into what people have in the small room, but looking at what Powerwash is running. You have that Winston dive composition, but you have Tyler on the Pharah. And from what I was able to cast previously from Tyler's Pharah, it is something to fear a little bit. Whereas on the side of Fermata, you have Karaki, who is on that Cassie, so you have something to deal with that Pharah, but you have Signet on the Reinhardt as well. So trying to go for that more brawl style comp, whereas Powerwash, they want to rain down from the sky and really utilize that dive composition.
All going to come down to who can pepper in most damage. Tyler right now with that Mercy Pocket of Cry, trying to get all those rockets in the enemy team. Karaki is on the Cassidy, just trying to pepper them down, but Swifter's on the low ground, actually able to eliminate Reborn, who was going on the flank on that Tracer. So already one in favor here for the side of Fermata, who's bringing that brawl competition right into the point here, this circular point. But Tyler peeks through the window, says hello to the May, and sends her on her way. Now Karaki out of the fight as well. Tyler on this Pharah, making an absolute statement so far, trying to eliminate more picks as they come. But right now, Powerwash Pirates in a good advantage, even though Tyler died.
That's right, and then again, that was a great early pick there from Fermata, right? Swifters getting that pick onto Reborn, who is now since swapped over to the Summer, but the cleanup eventually comes in from the side of Powerwash. But you see just that cleanup there, and what you're just having so much trouble doing the far right because you've got to deal with all that spam that's coming from the sky. Even over on the council, at some point you're going to have to deal with this farm mercy that's in the sky. And Tyler getting 2 picks there, that was great rotation for Powerwash. They get the early picks, and now they're the ones in control.
And you also have to deal with this Sombra of Reborn. Reborn switching off of the Tracer onto the Sombra here, just try and pepper in a lot more annoyance damage. Now here comes Tyler with the Barrage, lands it right on top, but already Deem and Tyler end up dying, not able to get anything with that Barrage thanks to the help of a lamp from Lunar. Now the Fermata stepping themselves onto the point, they will be able to get that cap into their favor because of it.
Yeah, and that was a great wall off there. You saw Tyler trying to go in there and, like, again, just get really up close and personal with these rockets, but that was a great May wall there out from the Swifters. It prevents a lot of the damage coming in, and that Rhine Shield from Signet, again, just blocking a lot of it as well, so you don't really get a whole lot of the value. So for Mana, they're now starting to get their big ults online, essentially 5 ults coming up here, whereas for Powerwash, you have both support ults, but you're also coming up on that EMP. But you don't want to die here first if you're Reborn. That EMP is going to be key here to opening up this defense and just trying to get something going. But 2 early ults out from Fermata. They're going to use that Blizzard here, just try and space the point, whereas the Rocket with that Kitsune Rush just really get in the face. And Tyler does, they trade each other out. Okay, not something you see every day, but again, just the trades coming in so fast, and you really see Deem now just creating space when they're getting pinned. But at the end of the day, I think Powerwash just a little too much damage being outputted here.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage coming in here from the Powerwash Pirates, and at the end of the day, they're going to start getting those kills. Swifter and Signet both in the grave, same with Wi-Fi. The point's going to be flipped over here for the side of the Powerwash Pirates, 58% taken by Fermata.
That was, with the side of Powerwash, so you invested pretty much everything there, right? You invested all the ultimates you had, whereas Fermata, you really only have that Blizzard and Deadeye that you invested. You still have the Shatter from Signet, and you still have the window from Lunar. But the problem with the Shatter is, since you've got a Farm Mercy, you really have to have that Pharah on the ground to really get any kind of value. But as I say that, though, Demon Reborn do go down, so these are the openings you really need to try and take this point.
Tyler solo barrages Karaki to try and equalize the fight here, but Signet able to find a Rocket, and once again, Fermata back on the point. They just were able to ingress right on the Demon Reborn there to take the point for their own here.
Yeah, and now with Fermata, you really only have that window to play with here, but that you can also use that as an engagement tool, right? You can pop that window, try and just help create some of that space here. As I say, the Wi-Fi goes down, so you lose that ability to really speed in and try and get any of that damage done. And an early hack as well really has to pop that immortality field early. So now if you're Powerwash, this is the opportunity here to really output a lot of this damage, because you know you don't have an immortality field and you don't have a lot of that damage on the other side.
Powerwash Pirates, however, they're down their Mercy picking out. Tyler's going to fall as a result of that. Nobody to heal up that Pharah. Powerwash Pirates still trying to commit into this. Deem is currently trying to run out, but here comes that Kitsune Rush coming out from Rocket to try and equalize the score here. Deem on the point is able to find Signet with the help of Reborn, and now the point flips back over here for the side of the Powerwash Pirates. 61%, but Fermata hit overtime.
Yeah, they got it to 90%, so essentially just one more fight here, and Fermata takes this first round. You're going to have a lot of key ultimates here coming up for Powerwash. Most importantly, you're going to have that EMP, right? You want to try and catch as many people on the side of Fermata as you can, because you've got a Blizzard, you're coming up on a Deadeye, a Shatter, and you have that window as well. And if you give Wi-Fi enough time, they're going to pop that sound barrier as well. Only catches one with the EMP, but it does the job. Lunar taken care of, so no more Baptiste.
You have no more Baptiste, and now the rest of Fermata falling one by one. The Powerwash Pirates investing in the Blizzard for extra measures, and now 93%. It's going to be a little difficult here for the side of Fermata to try and touch. Lunar's going to try to pepper down Tyler, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to get to that point in time. The Pirates are going to take over the first point here on Lijiang.
And with EMPs, you don't... sometimes you really don't have to be flashy. You just have to take care of that one key target there. And with that EMP, they were able to just solo out the Baptiste, and you lose that window and you lose that healing, and then that's the go button for Powerwash Pirates. You get in there, you get the rest of the cleanup kill. So very well done by Powerwash Pirates. They don't panic even though it gets to 99%. They cycled their ults correctly. They did a terrific job rotating, and now up 1-0 in this map.
Good start here for the Powerwash Pirates as we head over to Night Market, which is really the last sort of map that you are not required to play Brawl on. It is possible to not play Brawl on the last map of Lijiang, but it's very difficult. But we already see Powerwash Pirates running out on exactly that they ran on before Shun. Well, Fermata running with the Sim TP to this room.
Yeah, and then Reborn going over to the Tracer, really the only big difference from the previous map. Everyone else just really staying on the heroes, and I think that speaks to what both of these teams feel like they're comfortable with. So again, Fermata focusing more on that brawl style. And Tyler already with an early pick on the Swifters. I told you, you got to watch out for Tyler Sparrow. He is probably one of the best Fars, at least in B-League. Oh my goodness. A three.
That just exemplifies your point. A 3-man boop for Tyler, gets the ace, finishes it off, and the point is Powerwash Pirates in the aftermath.
Tyler Gaming is in the house. And I've said this on previous broadcasts, when you have an effective Farm Mercy comp like this on a map that can benefit it, like Lijiang Tower, it is so difficult to play against. And a 3K boop like that, just that's a dagger if you're Fermata. I mean, you had spent all this time rotating, and now you're just Powerwash Pirates, you're just free to rain down these rockets from the sky.
Absolutely, and with Fermata taking this wide long angle, just looking for any sort of way to push in. They are able to find out Deem in the process. Deem jumping in to try and get some peppering damage with that Tesla cannon, but fortunately is not able to save their life with it. Tyler, however, is looking for this barrage. Cry right behind them in tow. Does get picked out by Karaki, but with his own life being lost in the process. Point's going to flip back over here. Fermata's going to be able to take the point back for themselves, but the Powerhouse Pirates have the tools to re-engage.
They do, and I think that was good there from Tyler, at least early on, as Rocket does go down there. At least early on, not using that barrage. I think he's trying to find a way to use it here, but with a few of the members down for Powerwash Pirates, he is going to use it, and unfortunately, not getting a whole lot there, is going to get revived. So again, just a great re-engage coming in here from Powerwash. I mean, yeah, they give up a little bit of percentage, but the re-engage is so well done. You get an early pick, you're able to get in and get the rest of these cleanup kills. So Powerwash, they're cycling these ults really well, and they're causing Fermata a lot of trouble. They're not really able to get set up with what they want to run.
Yeah, it's definitely getting difficult here for the side of Fermata to really set up on this brawl composition. See if they're able to get anything here in this next fight. Karaki's going to have that high noon online, so definitely can shut down either the Pharah or the Mercy, or if he's lucky, both. As Fermata looking for that engage tool. Reborn tries to go into the back, almost to the pulse bomb, trying to push in, and actually finds the kill into Lunar. Wi-Fi now the only hero. Now Karaki out of the picture, thanks to help of that Kutsune Rush coming out from Rocket, just eliminating every member. A beautiful Suzu to keep Deem alive, as Cygnet's just going to fall right off the map and initiate a reset here for Fermata.
And that was a really cheap fight coming out there from Powerwash Pirates. Only had to invest the Kitsune Rush to really get all these picks. And again, as soon as you lose your Baptiste in that fight, when you're Fermata, you lose a lot of that healing. The saving grace here for Fermata, I believe you're going to be able to get another touch. You have Wi-Fi coming on with that sound barrier. You're going to have a Deadeye, and you're going to have a Shatter. So you have great CC here for this point. But Lunar going down again. Deem with 2.
Yeah, Deem just uses the Primal Rage right into the enemy spawn room. Fermata now bent down one of their supports. Wi-Fi's the only member. Beautiful 360 from Signet. Does land onto Cry, but it doesn't matter as Tyler is still there to clean up the pegs. Rocket just throwing some kunais into the dead body as Wi-Fi comes in for the final touch, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. Powerwash Pirates once again making a statement. They take the first map.
And that was a very heavy statement there coming out from Powerwash Pirates. And I think they're just picking up right where they left off in the kickoff tournament. There's a reason these guys only lost 1 map that entire tournament. And this is a very well-deserved play of the game. I think we know what this is going to be, just a 3K boop. You don't see that very often here. I didn't see it in real time. So let's see just exactly what happened here. Oh my goodness, right off the side ledge. Usually when you get those kind of boops, it's more off the back ledge or the side that Tyler was on. But getting that boop there, I mean, that was just a complete fight ender. And when you're able to get plays like that, there's really not much you can do if you're the opposing team.
Yeah, there really is not much you can do. It's just a perfect calculated effort from that boop that came out there from the Pharah of Tyler. We've talked about Tyler having a gruesome Pharah, and that definitely showed its prowess there in that matchup. So definitely a very strong start here for the Powerwash Pirates, but Fermata, they just need to try to get themselves together here, especially when we go to our next map, which we saw the Powerwash Pirates running a lot of dive, and our next map is Dorado here, Shun Lizard. It can be a little bit difficult for the side of Fermata if they don't know how to play the dive compositions.
Yeah, and you actually just took the words right out of my mouth. Dorado is a very dive heavy. You see a lot of that Winston. When on defense, you see normally a lot of the Ash. You usually see a lot of that poke composition coming out, essentially like the tank buster. You want to poke that tank down. You have the dynamite to kind of help create space. So I'd be surprised if we didn't see Winston out from both teams, but then again, we've seen a little bit of crazy stuff run in the B League so far, but at least the consensus from What other pros have run is this is a really dive-centric map, so just be prepared to see hopefully a lot of Winston on this map.
Absolutely. Winston is probably going to be prowess. You could also see the D.I.Y. We see many D.I.Vs on Dorado in the past as well, so we could see either or. But still, a very dive-heavy map. We'll have to see if Fermata have anything in the tank for dive, because we only saw them on those brawl compositions and only making occasional swaps. We saw the Sojourn there after the Symmetra didn't work, and we also, I believe, saw another hero such as the Tracer. But still, Fermata have to try and change up something here in order to try to stop these Powerwash Pirates from cleaning up this matchup.
Oh yeah, and the question now becomes like, what do you kind of do? Because yeah, that point one on Lijiang, it went 99-99, but that second point, I mean, that was just a complete stop by Powerwash, and you really get, when you have a round like that, you get a lot of the momentum here. We're just taking a quick look into what's going on over on BPL 2 right now. Those that want to switch over, map number 1 between Yerhen Ugled and Eye Candy, that's one of the 2 matches appearing there on BPL 2, if you want to go and check that out. And we do also have some substitutions coming in on the side of Powerwash Pirates, so it looks like Deem and Tyler are going to head out, and we have Gambito and Lore coming on. So yeah, your guy Lore, you've talked about him a lot coming on for Dorado. So we'll see again what kind of comps both these teams run, but I at least expect to see a lot of Winston. And then on the side of Fermata, we have Crake, who's coming in for Signet. So it looks like we're going to have a tank change there as well. So this probably signals we're going to see some sort of dive, but again, only time will tell.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we might see different compositions here as well, as we're starting to head into our second map, which is Dorado, the beautiful place of Mexico. We'll have to see which team is able to come out on top. If the Powerwash Pirates are going to sail their way to a clean 2-0, or Fermata are bringing this to an extra round at New Queen Street, or even 2, and bring it over to Midtown. But we'll see what the result of this map entails. We'll have to see how these swaps are able to play into the factor, but I can tell you right now, I am excited to see Lore on the side of Powerwash Pirates. He has been rated the #1 best hit scan in another tournament, Tranquility, for the past 2 seasons. I think it's safe to say we're probably going to be seeing a lot of hit scan, or more hit scan coming out of Powerwash Pirates compared to that Pharah, Tracer, or Sombra that we saw on the Lijiang Tower map.
Yeah, and again, that goes back to kind of your normal hit scan heroes, right? You have an Ashe, you have the Cassidy. Really, anything that you can use to pretty much shut down this brawl type composition is basically what I think we're hoping to see. Now, again, sounding like a broken record, we've seen crazier stuff run on these maps, but again, I would be shocked if we didn't see a whole lot of Winston and some hit scan coming out from both teams.
Yeah, you know, sound like a broken record, that's my middle name. It happens a lot of times. We're waiting for the teams to try and get into Dorado. They're having a little bit of trouble loading into the map, but we should be able to get in here very shortly and see what these compositions are going to entail. I know Gambito mostly as a D.I.Y player, so we'll see if Gambito is going to be running that D.I.Y or if it's actually going to be switching over to that Winston. But regardless of which, it's going to be interesting to see what these 2 teams decide to come out with and at this map.
And something interesting to point out, I was looking at the kind of the map records so far of just what these teams ran in the kickoff tournament. Neither of these teams have played push yet. So if Fermata are able to win this map, yeah, then we're going to see push for the first time from both these teams. And looking at the record, none of these teams have played Dorado either. They've both only played Watchpoint, which they have both won. So this is going to be a first experience. But I think, again, Watchpoint in kind of a similar way runs like Dorado in the sense of it's a very dive-centric map. You see a lot of that Winston or a lot of that D.I.Y being played. So I don't think it's going to be too much different when it comes to Dorado. But at least for the first few points, you don't have as much high ground on Dorado as you do like with the spaceship on Gibraltar or the first point Gibraltar, but it still plays kind of similarly into that dive composition.
Absolutely. As we head into the streets of Dorado, somebody today is losing their first playoff map of BPL season, or their first payload map of BPL season 5. And right now with the compositions being shown, Powerwash Pirates on the defense, and right now Gambito is showing the D.I.Y Shun Lizard.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Kind of not surprising there. This map, again, kind of favors either a Winston or a D.I.Y dive. Oh, man, I was getting ready to look at that pinata. You know what? It's something I didn't realize. I didn't realize there were so many pinatas on Dorado, even though that Hanzo talks about it a lot. He mentions all the pinatas here. So, but anyway, looking at the compositions for both teams, you see what Powerwash is going with. You have the Ashe pretty much from both teams. So both teams playing that hit scan. Crake on that Winston, again, playing that dive composition. So really not too much surprise here, but the key here is going to be Swifters on that Sombra. We know how much value you can get from really good Sombra on a map like Dorado. So it's just going to be the battle of the dives here and who can execute it better.
All going to come down to those dives and what happens in all of these scenarios. Gambito right now peering off of that red building, does get hacked up by Swifters for the second time so far. Getting slept, getting antsied, pretty much the main tank experience if I've ever seen it myself, but it's still able to keep themselves alive, albeit feeding a lot of damage to the enemy team. And Crake is still hungry for that D.I.Y mech, but Gambito's just getting healed up right now. This is just a poking game right now. Fermata slowly pushing that card as Crake going up to the high ground, looking for a jump. Reborn going to try to look for the backline of Fermata here as Crake makes that jump toward the backline of the Powerwash Pirates. Hasn't found anything so far, and right now it's just a clean reset here for Fermata as they start making the long rotation.
And you see Craig was trying to do that, right? You want to try and dislodge Powerwash from this high ground, which we've seen in the past can be very advantageous. And you see Fermata just trying to get something going here around this corner, but you've got a D.I.Y to deal with, and then Rocket takes out Lunar, and there's the pick from Lore. So the picks coming in fast and early. And again, that's the kind of comp you want to run if you're Powerwash Pirates, right? You want to run this hit scan, you want to poke that enemy team down, and just really make it hard. And that was not a great toss of the translocator there, unfortunately, and Swifters should go down here, and they will. So great first hold there from Powerwash Pirates. Again, you see the power of just running that Ashe D.I.Y composition.
Yeah, definitely the Ashe D.I.Y can work into the favor here for the Pirates. There's also a good anti-nade coming out from Rocket to set that up, so Rocket definitely showing up on the support role in this matchup as Fermata once again taking this long rotation through that long areas. Karaki trying to get any sort of damage here. Crake once again leading the charge as Gambito is there to meet up with all of them. Has the D.I.Y bomb in hand if it comes to desperate measures. Reborn looking in the backline, has the pulse bomb online, is looking for the perfect stick to try and turn this fight into the favor of the Pirates immediately. Nano Boost goes on to Gambito, gets immediately swept up by Lunar, so it gives a little bit of time as the pulse bomb from Rocket is, from Reborn, excuse me, is a miss. Gambito gets a lot more damage into there, now trying to throw in the bomb into the enemy team. Goes right onto the top, and it lands right onto Karaki in the low ground. The EMP comes out for Swifters, and Crake gets the Nano Boost, but already it's 2 in favor here for the side of the Powerwash Pirates. Wi-Fi forced to use the rally here early to keep themselves alive, but now we're Reborn out of the fight. It looks like it might be a possible victory for Fermata, but the Powerwash Pirates are still stabilizing, and Luna's about to fall here to Gambito. It looks like the Pirates are still keeping themselves engaged.
Yeah, and you see Crake there popping the Primal Racer just to try and keep himself alive. Does get Lore for his troubles, but again, just a great bomb there. You drop it onto the head of Karaki, really can't get away, but a little too many eliminations on the side of Powerwash, so they're going to have to give up some of this card space, but in the end, if you're Powerwash, you'll take that, right? You do get a lot more of those elims on the side. So, and also, you've already knocked this clock down to a minute, so you really only have 2 more good fights here if you're Fermata, and you're not running the Sombra anymore, so you don't have the value of that EMP. So you're really looking to get something out of this bomb. Same with Powerwash Pirates. You're going to have another bomb, and you're going to have a bomb of your own here to really help space point. Going a little low there, so it's just going to be a battle of the bobs here.
It's just going to be exactly that as Karaki is looking for the perfect opportunity. Almost finds a pick onto one of the supports for the Pirates. Isn't able to find it just yet. Finds Lore in that small corridor in the back, just trying to pepper in more damage and find a pick right now. Gambito does go in for the aggressive dive, but Crake is the one to dive into the backline of the Pirates and is able to find Rocket. So one support out of the way here for the side of the Powerwash Pirates, as the Bob and the Bomb are both used here in tandem. Gambito, however, does die in the aftermath, and now Fermata have found themselves an opening and are starting to move that card forward.
They are, and those were good elims on the side of Powerwash. Unfortunately, you lost a support in Rocket in the process as well, so now you don't have a lot of that healing with Cry going down. I really think this is probably going to be first point here for Fermata, but you saw what Powerwash was able to do. Fermata had to expend a lot just to get this card to the first point. That was nearly a full first point hold on Dorado, which we've seen pretty frequently, but again, just making it really expensive. So Powerwash, again, probably not happy that you gave up first point, but you really did expend all that time for Fermata. Now, as we look at Fermata, as they get a late stagger here, you're going to have 4 ults coming online. You've got the bomb, you've got both support ults, you're going to have a primal. So you're going to have everything you need to hopefully break this defense of Powerwash, who really only have a nano to work with.
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned about those important ults last fight with the Bob and with both Bobs. Karaki still holding on to theirs, and Lord is looking for an opportunity to poke out of this stairwell, try to find any sort of pick. Almost gets the hit onto Karaki as the Bob comes out right into the faces of the Powerwash Pirates. But now Craig has a nano boost going right into the support line for the Pirates. Is unable to find anything, but able to back out swiftly as effectively. Does get hit with the anti-nade, but Karaki finds the kill onto Reborn, which might initiate an engage here from the side of Fermata. Now the rally being used once again by Wi-Fi as Craig, looking for more damage, has to pop the primal race to get themselves back up to the high ground. Gets slept, but gets woken up immediately as Wi-Fi able to eliminate Gambito, and Craig is putting the Ana of Rocket in a corner, trying to eliminate that Ana, but they're able to grab the Mega Health Pack. Rocket just barely staying alive, but it won't be for long.
And early on in that fight, Lunar had a great anti-nade there onto both Rocket and Cry of Powerwash, so they're not able to move forward and provide that healing. And again, you just see the cleanup here is now all of a sudden this is turning into a little bit of a snowball here. You are going to have a slight recontest here coming out from Powerwash, but you really don't have anything to work with other than that pulse bomb. So this is really going to be a dry fight for both teams. And again, less than a minute to work with, so you really can't spend a whole lot of time here for Fermata. You got to look for some of these picks, as the pulse bomb is really not going to get anything. So now you're looking for just a little bit of a dry fight, but Gambito's about to have that bomb online to help create space and hopefully get a pick.
Absolutely. You also have the Bob coming up here from Lore, so there is a possibility for Powerwash Pirates to hold this. Swifter's looking in the backline with the Tracer, misses the Pulse Bomb onto the Brigitte, but lands it on the Rocket instead. Now both supports dead here for the side of Powerwash Pirates. Swifter's starting to clean up the field. Lore invests the Bob. It goes right onto the card. He's up there in the top right corner trying to get as much damage as possible, but Gambito's going to back out of the fight. Bob's going to be eliminated. Gambito's still trying to commit into it. He does have that bomb for drastic measure, does unleash it. Nobody caught by it this time. Still, Powerwash Pirates still trying to hold this as the rally now initiated by Wi-Fi again. They've been building up these rallies extremely fast, and now Reborn is out of the picture as well. Fermata trying to clean this up as it is overtime triggered here, trying to get this cart into the second point. Now Cry has the rally of their own, trying to stop this push from Fermata from coming in and trying to get this cart secured right outside of the point. Able to find the kill onto Crake as well, so now Powerwash Pirates in a little bit of advantage, but now Gambito and Cry and Rocket are all dead. Karaki's bomb perfectly placed, and it gets the second point for Fermata.
What a long and drawn out fight there. There was so much utility used there, but the Bob in the end and the rally combined with Wi-Fi really making the difference there. You have Powerwash just desperately trying to stay on this cart, but when you combine a Bob and a rally, that's just, you're not going to have a lot of sustain there. And they give up this second point, but again, you take all the time out of the time bank, so take that for what you owe. Really only a minute to get this third point, which we know on Dorado is really a pain to try and get. Luckily Fermata have their 2 key outs here. You have Primal and you have Nano, so maybe watch that. I was just about to say that Nano Winston there trying to get some of that value, and Rocket going down there, so you lose a lot of healing. Reborn as well going down to the Primal, so again, just a big snowball coming out here from Fermata.
Absolutely, Fermata just trying to eliminate any member they can, just bringing this momentum as far forward as they can, as that card is about to hit the third point, and nobody from the Powerwash Pirates is in sight. The cart will sail into point C. What looked like it was a potential first point hold has turned into a little bit of a disaster for the Powerwash Pirates, with 27 seconds in the time bank left for Fermata as they cap the third point.
And Fermata only needed 1 fight to take point C. You don't really see that often, if at all. Usually you're having to expend a lot and take multiple fights to even get that card, to even think about taking the third point on Dorado. And you mentioned it, they go from a potential full hold to they finish Dorado with time left in the bank. So that was just a complete snowball there. The momentum shifted to Fermata on that attack. And now if you're Powerwash, you've got to figure out a way to answer back here, because you delivered a punch on the first map. Fermata just delivered theirs on the attack. So you've got to find some way to answer back here, and it looks like very early on, again, Fermata staying on that dive comp with the Ash, essentially not changing anything up. For Powerwash, I think with Reborn, you're just going to see the TP out here, but Lore on the Widow, maybe just trying to find an early pick here. Be a little surprised if they went out with this, because again, you usually see more of the Ash, and Widow did get some nerf to her kit recently, so not as strong at longer range. So we'll see if any of these changes come out, but Fermata sticking to what worked for them on attack.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see how this is going to work out for Fermata as they are set up once again on that high ground that we saw the Pirates on. Powerwash Pirates coming out with this composition as Wi-Fi showing off their talented brains in the backline. Teleport comes out here from Reborn. Doesn't go to the high ground yet as Lore right now in the spawn room switching over to the Sojourn, not the Ash, but still a pretty good long-range sniper hit scan character that can do a lot of damage. We'll see if that plays in the factor here for Lore.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, but again, if you can make it work in certain compositions, Sojourn is still a really good pick. A good anti there going in onto Cry, so you're not able to get that engaged right away. But again, you do still have that one-shot potential with the Sojourn, but other than that, Powerwash really sticking to your dive centric comp, and there you go. Gambito with the dive takes care of Lunar, so now you lose that Ana, and if you can take care of the Brig as well, which you should here in just a second, you lose that healing. So now this should be a free push. As I say that though, the supports for Powerwash go down as well, but without Craig, without your tank, you really don't have a lot of room to push in. So just look as like, okay, hang on, we got a lot going on here. Just trades going back and forth here. So, but again, with Powerwash having Gambito up, you still have that tank presence. So Fermata's going to have to give it just a little bit of room here.
Absolutely. Swifter's trying to stall out this cart on the Tracer. Has the Pulse Bomb in hand as well, so he can try to land it on anybody. Misses it onto Cry. That might have been crucial. That Pulse Bomb could really turn the difference here as Powerwash Pirates looking for an opportunity to push in. Swifter's once again looking for the flank through this window. Laura spots them out, but is unable to do anything about it. And Craig now gets the better of Gambito in the Winston duel. Pulse Bomb from Reborn doesn't find anything, but they have found the backline. But Wi-Fi with the Brigida chases down the enemy Tracer and eliminates Reborn on the spot. And now the Powerwash Pirates, they're forced to retreat out of this fight.
Yeah, and unfortunately, when you unleash that Pulse Bomb there, if you're Reborn, you're really looking for that pick, and when you don't get it, you don't have that recall there or blink to really get out of there, and you're so low health, you're just essentially not able to get out. So unfortunately, now the reset coming in for Powerwash, and now if you're Fermata, you've got a lot of these ultimate miners, you're going to see the nano engage here. They really want to try and dislodge Fermata from this setup here. And Gambito, he's so close to that primal. And Karaki getting headshot by Lore. That's a great opening pick there. Now you just need to find the others.
Absolutely. Nano Boost and Rally both initiated here by Fermata. The Nano on the Crake and the Rally on the Brigida. Gambito goes for the Primal Rage, but ends up getting slept here as more damage needs to come in here for the side of the Powerwash Pirates. Swifters misses their Pulse Bomb, and now both supports are dead once again for the Pirates, but Gambito is showing up in the kill feed with 2 kills. Finds the kills on the Swifter and Luna as Crake trying to find themselves any more kills here with this Primal Rage, and they will be able to with Karaki finding Reborn and Gambito back in the grave. It's another hold here from Fermata. 1 minute left for the Powerwash Pirates.
And just so back and forth with a lot of these abilities and a lot of these eliminations here. But at the end, it's Fermata getting the pick to the knee. And this time with Gambito going down, it was Craig that was able to stay alive and get a lot of those picks. And now, under a minute, if you're Powerwash Pirates and you've invested a lot and you have nothing to show for it, Karaki's going to have that bomb to help create that space. So if you're Powerwash, you're really looking for a big stick here from Reborn on this Pulse Bomb. Otherwise, you really have nothing in the tank. So you're either looking for that Pulse Bomb or you're looking for a big early pick here to open this up.
Big anti-nade coming in there from Lunar. Almost gets the kill on the Rocket and Cry with it as Karaki just fending on this high ground, looking for any sort of picks. Reborn has the Pulse Bomb as well. There's a big anti-nade coming in from Rocket into the backline of Fermata, and Karaki will end up suffering, and that's not good because the bomb is now off of the table for this fight. Gambito trying to dive themselves into the enemy team as now Swifter's taken out of the equation. The Powerwash Pirates pushing that cart ever so closer to point A as Crake is there to contest, gets anti-naded by Rocket once more as the rest of the Powerwash Pirates trying to clean it up. Someone's going to be able to touch that card. It will be Gambito as overtime is triggered. Lunar Wi-Fi out of the picture. Crake's trying to keep themselves alive as the bomb is thrown in here by Karaki, trying to make a miracle save here, but Crake now out of the picture. All that's left is that Bob as well as Swifters, and Swifters will fall. Bob will get knocked off the cart, and the first point will go to the Powerwash Pirates in overtime.
And that was such a great 3-man ante there from Lunar. As soon as you saw those 3 players anteed, they just jumped right into Karaki and both the supports. They get the eliminations there. And again, the same scenario. We were looking at a full hold on A, and now Powerwash. They have both of their support ults. You have Gambito on this high ground, just trying to take some of this space. So hopefully Powerwash can continue this and replicate what Fermata was able to do there. Cry a really early rally there, and Gambito going down, not going to help matters. You have to pop that rally and nano real early, but a nano break, something you really don't want to go up against. And I think Fermata realizing that, but they do take care of Cry. So again, both support ults invested, and you really don't get anything out of it other than like a really late pick on the Swifters. But again, that's going to be the reset coming in.
The nano boost was used in response to a pulse bomb from Swifters actually landing onto Cry, so that was not ideal in the slightest. I don't think Rocket wanted to use the nano boost onto Cry, but regardless of which, Powerwash Pirates sent back to the drawing board, and Fermata get a hold here for the moment.
Yeah, but you did get a little bit of cart push there out of Reborn. So in the entire time that fight was going on, you were able to get a little bit of cart movement. So now you really got to be careful here with your Fermata. Luckily, you have your both double support ult and you have the primal here. But if you're Powerwash, again, you're going to have just your both DPS to work with. You don't have the support ult here to really open everything up. And Gambito needed and slept, and he's going to be whip-shotted. So again, no tank on the field now, and that is not what you wanted if you are Powerwash Pirates. No tank on the field. You're going to have to wait a few more seconds here for this re-engage.
Yeah, Powerwash Pirates trying to obviously set up this re-engage. Both supports as well as Laura on the Sojourner trying to get the upstairs to the left of the church. Gambito's going to be following them up there as Reborn is probably around in the back line looking for a sneaky pulse bomb. As now Powerwash Pirates looking for the opportunity. There's Reborn right by the cart actually as Crate goes right in for the dive right onto the opposing Winston. Trying to go for a dive of his own, going to be diving up right on top of Rocket, gets the nano boost from Lunar as well, trying to find a lot of value to try and equalize the fight here, and is just putting in all the pressure onto the support line for the Powerwash Pirates, unleashes the Primal Rage for extra measure, just knocking around Rocket and Cry all over the place, but Rocket and Cry are still alive, keeping themselves alive in the matter of moments that needed to be happening. Powerwash Pirates still holding themselves strong through two ults of Fermata, and they're starting to move that card a little bit closer, but still no eliminations on either side as overtime is going to be triggered.
How in the world did Rocket and Cry survive that Primal Rage? When you're in a small room like that, that's usually a death sentence against the Primal Winston. Wi-Fi going to use the rally here and does take care of Gambito, so you don't have a tank here on the field anymore, as now we're in overtime, so you cannot get off of this card. The overclock coming in from more really does find Swifter, so now it's a 4v4, but without a tank here, it's going to be really tough for Powerwash to get some value.
Laura also falling in the meantime. Rocket able to get that sleep onto Crank, and the point is unlocked. That is what you call, I believe, a Charlie Niner here on Dorado. Second point unlocked here for the Powerwash Pirates, and Fermata are sent back to spawn.
And again, just this is exactly playing out like Fermata's attack. Again, nearly a hold here, but now you unlock the second point in a little bit of a different manner, a little bit of a C9 there, but again, Powerwash, they're not panicking. They get some of those early picks despite Gambito going down early, but now you really only have a minute to play with, so you really don't have a lot of time to get anything set up here. Gambito does have that primal. If you want to use it to try and create some space, the Bob's going to come up, but Gambito going down again. Not helping matters. Gambito is getting picked early in a lot of these fights, and if you're the Winston, you're really relying on him to just get a lot of these engages, but when you're consistently going down early like that, you're not able to do that, and it costs valuable time as we're now down to 30 seconds. Just one more fight here for Powerwash.
It's going to be very difficult for Powerwash Pirates to bring this forward. The only thing that they have right now is that Primal Rage. Fermata looking for any sort of way to try and close this out and get the map victory in this match. Gambito goes for the dive, but immediately gets slept. The Swifter's going to try to charge up their Pulse Bomb. Now the Primal Rage popped out, but Craig pops theirs as well, is able to find Rocket already. Gambito looking for the kill on the Lunar, but it's an exact replica of what Craig went through, just unable to kill that Ana. Will be able to get the kill on the Karaki, but not for their own life, and Cry's also out of the picture as well. Fermata just cleaning up the point one by one. Reborn won't be able to touch. And Fermata take the second map off of Powerwash Pirates this entire season so far.
I think this is what we fully expected this match to be. We talked about these are what we've described as the two powerhouses in B-League, a rematch of the semifinals, and you're seeing it, right? Just all these plays coming out from both sides, but I think on the side of Powerwash, it was Gambito going down early in a lot of these fights that really cost them. And when you get to that third point on draw, you only have so much time to work with. And by the time you're able to get that primal online, you're not really in a position to get a whole lot of value from it. And then you have one of your players go down early, essentially making it a 5v4. And when you're just trying to juggle the supports to get the kill, I mean, yeah, you get in the elim at the end, but by then it's too late. So wonderful response there from Fermata. This is exactly the type of response that I expected. And now for the first time this season, we are going to see push for both of these teams.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be determined on something that we have yet to see for both Fermata and the Powerwash Pirates. We'll see which team is going to be able to make the difference here on New Queen Street. We might also see if there's any swaps coming in play here, Sean, because, I mean, from what we saw there, it definitely seemed like Fermata were stronger with the swaps that they made on map 2, but Powerwash Pirates were stronger with their map 1 rosters.
Yeah, so it's kind of the game of chess, right? And with New Queen Street, again, when you look at push maps, it's a really lot more close corridor fighting, right? Again, you have that high ground you can utilize, but you don't have a lot of the more open space that you would find on other map types. So we've seen mixes of compositions on here before, but I think New Queen Street kind of leaning more toward the brawl type, like the Ramatra type composition. But then again, we've seen some dive on it as well. So it's just a matter of which team is able to take advantage of these substitutions, if we do see any at all.
Absolutely. The substitutions could make or break the difference here. We'll see if any of these teams decide to make them, as we do have one swap already coming in. Gambito is coming out for Deem for the Powerwash Pirates, which I think, Sean, this is probably the best move that Powerwash Pirates could do, as Gambito did not look as strong on that last map as Deem did on map number 1.
And I will agree with you, although Gambito did have his moments as well, at least on that defense. But yeah, that attack, again, just consistently getting picked first. So Deem coming in for Powerwash Pirates, and that looks like as of now, that's the only substitution we're going to have. Looks like Fermata is going to stay with what they have as well. So again, just wondering what type of comp we're going to be seeing as we are heading over to New Queen Street for our tiebreaker map here. So whoever wins this is going to take it. And we've seen push in the past be a really mixy game mode. You either get these two teams that are fighting for bot control at the beginning and it's really close, or one team pushes it to the end or close to the end and the other's just blown out. So yeah, push is one of those map types where you can really see anything come out, and I always like to say it's really mixy, just like control, because control, you see a lot of different comps, and yeah, I mean, it's just craziness.
And I would argue New Queen Street is also the craziest map that you could choose for push. As we see, there is more action also going on the second Bad Pachimari League channel. Jurgen Oglid, I'm going to definitely pronounce that wrong for the entirety of the season, versus Eye Candy. Right now, Jurgen Oglid is currently up 1-0, and they're currently on Watchpoint Gibraltar, but so far, Eye Candy putting up a pretty good close hold, so you don't want to miss the action over there on BPL 2. There's going to be another game right after the one that you see currently on your screen. But definitely a lot of action so far as the Bad Pachimari League Season 5 starts up. But definitely, New Queen Street is a map that can really tend itself to a lot of different styles, and it's really one of the more three distinct push style maps. We call it Sail. Usually, if you get a good start, you're going to be on a good road to lead the map. East Barancha, anything goes. You could have a good start and still lose, or you could be the determinant in the end. New Queen Street is well known for overtime pushes. I have seen a lot of overtime pushes on New Queen Street. It is basically something that happens every other day, so we'll have to see if that will happen here today, as we also are seeing other swaps coming in. Laura is actually coming out for Tyler. Tyler's coming back in for the side of Powerwash Pirates, and Signet is coming back in for Fermata over Crake. So we're going to see those exact same rosters we saw on map number 1 here on New Queen Street here, Sean.
And we saw what Powerwash Pirates were able to do on map number 1 with both Deem and Tyler on the field. So I wonder if we're going to see Farah from Tyler, because that, at least from what I've seen, is his strongest hero. Again, be interesting to see if he runs that. But again, having both teams just essentially having their powerhouse players here for the push map, and it's not shocking, right? I mean, you win this map, you win the series, so I think you're going to be seeing players just get everything they got on this last map. Looking at these early compositions here, Deem on the Winston, so not surprising here. You can run dive on this map. Tyler going with the Echo, so a little bit of Echo play. But Fermata, what is Fermata cooking? Tor, Bastion, Reinhardt, Bap, Lucio. So, okay, they are coming out on the Tor Bastion. So here we go. Okay, we said it. We see crazy stuff on push all the time, and Fermata making my statement come true.
All right, well, first it was the Reborn Bastion for a small glimpse on Dorado, and now it's the Swifters Bastion coming out here from the side of Fermata, just trying to pumper damage into Deem, and they will end up falling right as they jump in. Karaki getting the final blow as now that Bastion pumpering in the bullets into Tyler, unable to get the final blow, but now the Powerwash Pirates down their main tank, and already that bot moving in favor of Fermata.
I actually do kind of like this coming out here from the side of Fermata. With the Torb, you actually have that turret, which again did undergo a few nerfs with the mid-season patch, but what that turret just allows you to do is it prevents a lot of that dive, right? And Deem swapping over to the Ramatra, and rightfully so. So now you're going over to this brawl style competition to match what Fermata is running. So I do like this a lot more, but you're going to have to figure out a way to deal with Swifter's Bastion, because even though you can't stay in turret form forever like he's going through right now, it's really a pain to deal with as Deem goes down, but it is traded out for Karaki.
Yeah, definitely. There are some trades coming out. Tyler's going to be switching over with the duplicate over to the Bastion, but the window coming out from Lunar just burns that Echo duplicate to the ground. Reborn just trying to look for anything right now, but I'd say that Torb turret is making his life currently very difficult as Rocket gets charged by Signet. That's two support Signets killed with charge this map, and it's going to give Fermata the first checkpoint here on New Queen Street.
We're not even 2 minutes into this map, and we've already got a checkpoint unlocked for Fermata. So you see it, the aggressiveness really coming out with the composition that Fermata is running. And now you've got a sound barrier, you're about to have a shatter from Signet, and you're about to have the cannon come out from Swifters as well. But Reborn is going to have that EP. As I said, the shatter's going to get dropped, but no pen. Looks like everyone's going to stay alive there with that immortality field. But again, you're looking at just the aggression coming out from Fermata, and this cart has not stopped moving.
Absolutely. Powerwash Pirates looking for the engages. Here comes the EMP from Reborn. Lands onto two, but the beat is forced out here from Wi-Fi. Cry answers back with her own beat as now Signet just trying to barrel themselves into the backline. Gets a lot of damage peppered on, trying to spin that shield to keep themselves alive. It ends up falling, but Karaki's turret able to eliminate Rocket here, and now both supports are dead here for the side of Powerwash Pirates, and Karaki cleaning up the field with the Molten Core. A team kill for Fermata as that bot is still continuing with Torbjorn and Bastion at the helm.
Finish gaming indeed. Finish gaming indeed. And my goodness, just unbelievable plays coming up from Fermata. It looked like for a second that Powerwash was just really going to be able to get that. Now they are going to get the bot moving, but 85 meters on the side of Fermata. That is fantastic for a first push. And now you're seeing it, Powerwash, they're just having to use these ults just to get this bot moving. You expend the window really early, so now you don't have that resource for later on, whereas Lunar, they're about to have theirs online as well. So the Annihilation going to be popped here from Dean, but he's going to go down to Karaki. So a really big tool, again, off the field.
Definitely Powerwash Pirates just trying to find themselves any sort of stability. Signet does go down to Reborn, but Tyler ends up falling to the hands of Lunar. But now Lunar's out of the fight as well. Reborn starting to pop off here on this Hanzo, trying to find some more kills, but Swifters just cleaning up the field as well with that Bastion. And now the bot once again past the checkpoint here for Fermata, and that barricade is going to start moving once more.
And we're getting really close to the 100-meter mark now, as Deem has now switched over to the Orisa, and Tyler is on the Forest. So if there's any time for a comeback, it's going to be now on this comp. But as I was mentioning, with this being so close to 100 meters, this is essentially the point where you've got to be perfect from here on out if you're Powerwash. You really don't have any room to make these types of mistakes. We are going to see the Farm Mercy, but as I say that the Rocket going down to the Bastion ult, oh, that's not good. Luckily, the res is going to come in, but again, and now the shatter. I mean,
Okay.
this is just straight disrespect coming out from Fermata right now. I mean, Powerwash, there's literally nothing they can do against this comp.
Only Rocket can say that they have been solo ulted twice within the span of a minute. Gets hit by the Bastion grenades and then gets hit by the Earth Shatter. And once again, Fermata still pushing this bot forward. It has crossed over that 100-meter threshold, and they are not stopping anytime soon here, Sean.
We may really see a full cap here without Powerwash getting a single meter here. I mean, this is just straight dominance coming out from Fermata. Powerwash, you don't have anything in the tank. You're going to have a window and you're going to have a barrage, but that's really about it. The Molten Core here just trying to create some space. The Swifters is going to go down, but Cry taken out, so no more Farm Mercy on the field for right now. But Tyler, you see him just really trying to get a lot of these picks, but with Signet going down, this should finally be the opening for Powerwash.
Definitely will. Wi-Fi goes full on Reddit Lucio, finds the kill on the Tyler to finish that out, but at the end of the day, the Powerwash Pirates finally have control of that bot. Now comes the difficult challenge, trying to reset these checkpoints.
Yeah, and just if I'm doing the math right in my head, essentially at this point, you would need to win probably 5-6 fights in a row to even get to the point, and Tyler's taking care of no more Farm Mercy. I mean, this is just, I mean, there's essentially nothing Powerwash can do here. I mean, they are trying to throw everything at this comp, but this is just so much aggression coming out from the side of Fermata. They just really don't know how to handle it.
Yeah, this composition that Fermata is running is so dirty that I don't think the Powerwash Pirates will be able to use water to clean it out. I think they're going to need full-blown acid right now to get these stains out of this composition, as Fermata bringing that bot right back to the barricade. Powerwash Pirates looking for any sort of answer here, but that window initiated early here from Luna to try and equalize the score.
And Swifters takes down Tyler there, Bastion taking down Afara. I mean, again, this is just unreal, and Cry's going to pay for it with this life. Signet does go down though, but really, how much more can you put out here if you're Powerwash? You're going to have to use these ults to essentially get out of your spawn, as Swifters is going to unleash us all. Please don't tell me we see another Elif. Okay, it just takes out the immortality field, but again, just the trades coming back and forth. I mean, this is just difficult for Powerwash just to try and even get out of here. And Swifters takes down Tyler again. The Orisa ult getting nothing. I mean, you're really just throwing everything at this. It's just not working.
And some Powerwash Pirates are just trying to throw everything in the wall and see what sticks, but right now nothing is sticking to this wall. It is made of slippery material. The shatter goes on to Deem as Fermata pushing that bot ever so closer to that final checkpoint. The Powerwash Pirates trying to find anything in the tank, but their water supply is currently running low. The window comes out here from Rocket, but Reborn is out of the picture. Rocket trying to do anything right now to save this push as Deem comes back on the Doomfist, just trying to equalize the score, but will get picked out by Karaki, and the water tank is empty for the Powerwash Pirates. Fermata get the revenge.
That was complete and utter dominance by Fermata. Not a single meter for Powerwash Pirates. I mean, usually you do end up seeing full caps once in a while, but not a full cap with no meterage on the other side. Our first full cap of the year. Fermata get their revenge from the kickoff tournament in a 2-1 fashion. So, I think the tides have turned here a little bit. Even though it is week 1, this is the type of impressive win that you want if you're Fermata. I mean, again, we had Dorado, which was really close for both teams, but this last map here, this was a statement to Powerwash Pirates. And give credit to Fermata. They made the changes necessary, and they're the ones that come out on top.
Absolutely, a beautiful move there from Fermata to be able to get themselves on top in this situation and get technically a reverse sweep in this series, taking down the Kickoff Clash champions. That is now 2 Kickoff Clash champions that have lost. Of course, yesterday it was Unknowns taking down the Kickoff Clash champions in the A League. Now it is Fermata taking down the Kickoff Clash champions in the B League. So it's starting to really look like that everything is on its head right now as the season continues. It's going to be interesting to see how these teams are going to be evolving as the season goes on.
And if you're Powerwash, I don't think you're concerned quite yet, because again, you did have a great showing. You did take the first map here, so all is not lost technically. But again, not yet. But again, you don't really want to lose week 1. But I think as the season goes on, we'll see more from the Powerwash Pirates coming out. But again, this is the kind of match we expected, right? They played each other close in the first match, even though it was a 2-0. But now you see Fermata get that revenge, they get that reverse sweep, and just a really impressive performance all around.
Absolutely, a very impressive performance from Fermata as I stumble on my words here. And we also have some members here from Fermata to come in for an interview. Wi-Fi Craig and Triggered coming in to the chat. Here they are. Congratulations, you 3, on your big win versus the Powerwash Pirates today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I want to ask, when you head into this match, obviously you played the Powerwash Pirates in the kickoff clash in the semifinals. Was that itching in your mind to try and get that revenge when you entered into this match and you knew you were facing them off in the first week?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
For me at least.
In the preseason tournament, it felt like we made a lot of small mistakes, which led to us losing, and we knew we could come back stronger. So, we cooked something devious, and we just wanted to. Our goal is to have fun and beat teams, and we did that today. So,
I think we're winning. As long as they're doing that, we're winning. Like, let's be real. Team had fun wins.
Whimsy buff.
Whimsy buff. Dude, it's so crazy. They were like full circle. Like, they're subbing in Tyler, so we think. So they're subbing in Tyler, so that we think they're gonna play Farrakhan.
It was so funny. It was so funny in the thing in the pre-lobby when we had Kraken for New Queen Street, and then they went, "Oh, we'll sub." Well, it's like they were like, "No, we're keeping lore," and then I said, sub Signet for Craig, and then they went sub in Tyler, and then I went sub Craig for Signet, and then just a back and forth of, okay, so the Farah player beats the Ryan player, but they didn't know that I cooked something devious in scrims.
Surely Farah beats Ryan, right?
So, sometimes that secret recipe can work into your favor, and that's exactly what we saw there on New Queen Street with a comp. I will say that was a composition that I noticed there on New Queen Street. All right, Shun Lizard, do you have any questions for our winners here in this interview or no?
I had one prepped up, but I've been having some recent brain farts recently, so I think they answered all of my questions I had. Although, Triggered, I will say I do like your Discord profile pick. I literally went and saw that movie the other night, so I appreciate the Oppenheimer pick there. So that's what I'll have to say.
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch it tonight.
I just saw it on Twitter. I was like, hey, that's a funny picture, and then I made it my Discord profile pick, and I think it's like top tier.
Yo, someone make a Discord profile picture tier list.
Real. We should do that.
This happens sometimes, but
I think it'll happen sometime in the season 5. But once again, congratulations to you two on your first victory of BPL season, or your first one in the regular season of BPL season 5. And hopefully we'll be seeing a lot more success for you as the season continues on.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and with that, we are going to be heading over to a quick break as we have one more match for you here between me and Shun Lizard here in Bad Pachimari League. So stay tuned, as when we come back from the break, it's another B-League showdown, but you don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. Never seen 3 people die to a boob.
Hello everybody and welcome finally to Bad Pachimari League Season 5. It's the first match of BPL Crusaders as an amalgamation, so let's get started, shall we?
Then pummel block, but it's not going to be enough. Frozen tosses in the Death Blossom, finds 4 this fight.
You've got a pulse pump and you've got a zombie or 2. Oh my goodness, the Kobe Bryant type toss.
I like the wall idea there from Duke, but unfortunately I like the icicles a little bit better. She's going absolutely crazy on the May, finds a 3rd.
Primal Rage comes out now. Just a mess on the point here, and now a EMP, 2 picks, 3 picks, man. Parity has been so good on the Monkeys.
Not had to use it yet, so we're quickly approaching. There it is. That's a 3-man and an anti. I mean, that and a bomb. That's just fight over. You gotta be wary of that Death Blossom on the other side. And speaking of that Death Blossom, it's gonna.
Yeah, that's 3 picks so fast. Now 4 picks. Born to be mid. I mean, 5 hits. That's a team wipe for that gamer.
Feed Stacker pops the overclock, gets Kojo, Banana Shake falls shortly after. Can Feed Stacker find another? Yes, they can. They find Daddy Dolphin and Andrew. This is just the Feed Stacker upward gold show.
Really getting helpful, but the stick's gonna come in from Reborn.
Oh, and that's a really nice pick onto Lore, but Reborn just comes in and blows everything up. If they were Reborn like a Phoenix, it was flying quite well on this Pharah.
And that's the ace for Reborn.
They need to get on 0.1 seconds. Doesn't even matter. And Fnatic are the winner of this tournament.
Pulls off some sort of miracle.
No miracle in sight. That is going to be it. Powerwash Pirates win your D.I.Y season kickoff.
Welcome back, everybody, to more Bad Pachimari League Season 5 coverage. Bouncy once again joined here by Shun Lizard as we have yet another B-League banger match here for you here today. Shun, it's going to be an interesting match to see between which of these 2 teams is going to get their first win in Season 5.
And both of the matches we've had on the A stream so far have been bangers today, and the one you and I just casted, I don't know if anything's going to beat that today, but we're definitely gonna try our best here. But yeah, both of these teams in today's match, we have Interstellar versus Doko Demo Drivers. As you see, again, a look at the B-League bracket. Both of these teams going down early. Interstellar actually losing their opening match to Starstruck, and then Doko, who actually had the bye because of the fan vote, lost to Fermata. So both these teams only with 1 game under their belt. So I think it's just going to be dependent on what the type of practices that they were able to get in and what these teams are really going to look like. You and I have had the chance to look at the map set for this match, and I think we've got pretty much everything figured out. But it's going to be interesting to see just what kind of momentum these teams have when coming off of just playing 1 game in their respective tournament.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see what these 2 teams have in store for us, especially with the competition they were up against. I mean, we saw Doko Demo Drivers were up against Fermata, which just took home the last match that we had here on the A stream, while Interstellar were up against a different team. that was able to make it all the way to the semifinals as well, but unfortunately was unable to make the grand finals for the kickoff clash. So definitely a lot of interesting stuff here. And that other team that I totally forgot about was Starstruck, but still definitely going to be one heck of a match here. I'm excited to see what these two teams are going to come out with, and especially the rosters for these two teams having a lot of strong talent on either side. Some notable names that I recognize: Toasty Toast, Tanic B, Poofa, a lot of recognizable players, including the support line for Doko demo drivers, already playing together last season.
Yeah, I think that's really going to come in big here now that you mentioned that. I think with the BPL and how long we've been going, it's a lot about that familiarity, right? When you're able to have that familiarity and mix it in with some of the newer players that have come on either last season or this season, I think you're able to really sense that quote-unquote veteran presence from the people that have been in the league longer. But no, you mentioned it, a lot of very familiar names on this list, especially on the side of Interstellar. You've got Toasty Toast, you've got Tanic B, Marlon, Ducks, Lylum. I mean, you've got so many names on both of these teams. So I think we're going to be calling a lot of these players' names as this match goes on.
Absolutely, and I like the amount of veteran presence we have in the Doko demo drivers, but also on the side of Interstellar, we could see anything from these rookies. I'm Cool, Marlon, Zasper, not being on teams last season. They probably have not been in Bad Pachimari League for a bit, but they definitely could be interesting factors here for the side of Interstellar, and we'll see if they're able to make an impact in the aftermath alongside the veterans that they have on their side. And Ivy as well, for the side of Doko demo drivers, is also a rookie in this season, so we'll see what they have in store here for that side and which players we're going to probably be saying the names the most of here in this matchup. But it's going to be one heck of a showing, and it's going to start on our first map of the series. Again, the maps are pre-selected throughout Bad Pachimari League Season 5, and the first map is chosen to be Antarctic Peninsula.
And with Antarctic Peninsula, we've seen it a lot. This is the very brawl-heavy style control map. You're usually going to see a lot of Ramatra, although we've seen, I casted Sea League yesterday and we saw a little bit of Zarya on it, and we've also seen some Junker Queen as well. But the bottom line is, with a map like Antarctic Peninsula, it is going to be very brawl heavy. You've got a lot of corners to play around, very close quarters, probably more close quarters than other control maps that you see, like Lijiang, Nepal, those others that we have in our map pool. So again, it's B-League, so we can't see anything come out, but I think looking at Antarctic Peninsula, it really is going to be that brawl-heavy style composition.
Absolutely, and right after Antarctic Peninsula, it's going to go to an entire 180 as we go over to Rialto, which can very much be a dive and poke sort of map. At least that's what I've been able to see so far. And then if the tiebreaker must be called upon, Colosseo will be the third map in our series, which can also lend itself a lot to that brawl composition. So whoever is in the advantage of the multiple compositions, it's going to come down to Rialto really to determine if one team is better at the brawl composition and nothing else, or if they are good at every sort of composition.
And it's kind of like that roller coaster, right? We start at the top with brawl, then you kind of go down to Rialto, you have to play that dive style composition. If we get to Colosseo, you're back on the up again, kind of playing that more brawl style composition, especially in that close corridor. So again, if we get there, probably a brawl, but for now, focusing on Antarctic Peninsula. Again, expect to see a lot of the Ramatra, a lot of the Junker Queen come out.
Yeah, we also could see a little bit of Reinhardt. Obviously, Reinhardt not as strong as he used to be, thanks in part mostly to the Symmetra buffs that have recently come in place, with her beam being able to heal her and also just being able to do a lot more damage in general. But definitely, we could very well see that Reinhardt. It all depends on what the teams are willing to play. If they're willing to play a more close-oriented style with the Reinhardt and the Symmetra being able to do all the damage, or if they want to play that Ramatra where there's a lot more poke potential and the Ramatra is usually the one getting the most amount of value. So it's all going to come down to which style these teams want to play and what they're willing to roll out with on Antarctic Peninsula to start this series. As we're hoping to get into the map here very soon. When you have Poofa and Toasty Toast in the same room, it can be a little difficult to start the room.
That's kind of funny to me. I think you just got to prevent that stream sniping a little bit. But something I was going to mention at the top is, with both these teams only playing one match in their respective tournament, I think even though we're in the regular season now and these matches do count, this is kind of a reset for both teams. Like, okay, you have a chance to look at kind of what went wrong in that tournament. Go back, look at the VOD, see the things that you can improve on, and then apply that to this match. And both teams have had the opportunity to do that because they were both one and done in the B-League tournament. So again, I would like to think of this for both teams as just kind of that reset. Right now, you can go out and you can kind of perfect the comps and everything else that you've been working on.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of things that you could try to work on. And also, there is a note coming in here from one of the people that I've been seeing, from one of the people I saw when I was looking through this matchup real quickly, as of right now. There actually is a ringer coming in for the side of, for Interstellar, and that is going to be, if I can find their ID, Crystal, who played yesterday in the Urchins, and I can confirm, pretty interesting ringer setup here for Crystal to come in and try to ring in for Interstellar. Obviously a really good DPS player. She's done a lot of great things overall, but I'm interested to see how she's able to gel in with Interstellar in this matchup.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of it, right? Like the last couple of days of people ringing in for other teams. We had it yesterday in the C League with Hex. They won that match with 2 ringers that came in there. So whenever you have a ringer, it's really interesting to see kind of how that affects the dynamic, because you, as a normal team, you work together for so long to perfect your comp. You may have to change things up, but at the same time, don't think a ringer is necessarily a bad thing, because you have someone that has the experience that can come in, and depending on what they play or what position they're on, you can usually get a lot of value of a ringer. But you mentioned it, it's just going to be where they're going to fit into this lineup.
Yeah, Crystal obviously has experience winning yesterday for the Urchins when they took a 2-0 win over the Krillionaires. So definitely has some experience under her belt. Going to try to see if they can bring the victory here to Interstellar, as we're still waiting for everything to get in. As right now, it's said to be an estimated time of 3 minutes, as one of the players is currently trying to scarf down their dinner as fast as possible so that they're able to get into the matchup and get everything sorted here.
Hey, you've got to have that food for the match, man. I've made the mistake one too many times of going into a match with an empty stomach, and there's a term for it. It's called being hangry, right? You're hungry and you're angry while you're playing Overwatch. So definitely important to get that food in. But just kind of going back to the matchups a little bit, it's interesting because looking at both these teams, just on paper, you really wouldn't think of both these teams as like, oh, they're going to go knock it out of the park. But we've seen it before. So a lot of these players that you usually don't know about are kind of the ones that fall under the radar a bit, and they can really have breakout seasons. Again, it's for both these teams, but especially the rookies. Keep an eye on these rookies, especially in B League and C League, where people usually get their start. Absolutely don't ever knock one of either of these leagues, because we've seen real talent come up from these leagues before. But again, first time with BPL in the regular season, I'm interested to see how these rookies perform.
Absolutely. As well as we're waiting for this matchup to start up, there's still more action going on BPL 2 at Mirage and Polyswag. By the way, definitely not a biased Pokemon fan here who's saying that Polyswag is the best team name in Bad Pachimari League Season 5, but that's besides the point. Looks like it is a very close match over there, so if you want some more Bad Pachimari League action, make sure to go to BPL 2 to catch the action over there. Beautiful shot from Koi there to eliminate Catswag. But still, yeah, you mentioned these rookies, and I can definitely attest that rookies can definitely surprise you. Yesterday, we pretty much saw a rookie in the form of Mac Truck on the side of the Krillionaires, I believe. First season in Bad Pachimari League, and they were able to do never mind, they are not a rookie. I am sorry, Mac Truck, if you are watching this, but definitely we've seen those rookies be able to put up really good performances. We saw a lot of rookies on the Krillionaires who put a good performance up yesterday in that B League match. There were rookies in our recent match that we saw on the A stream, but definitely rookies can surprise you. They can either be someone that you totally forget about as the season goes on, or they can be the absolute shocker and be in contention for the best player in the season. So never doubt out your rookies, as we are given the 1 minute left before we get into this. Do we have any predictions for how this match is going to be going here, Shund?
Well, with me knowing how little I've been able to research these teams and kind of cast them, it's really kind of hard to get a read, because again, they were both one and done, but they were able to take a map off their respective teams, so that competitiveness is there. But just, and this is just purely going off their logo because I like it, I'm going to go Interstellar here. Just strictly based off the logo, because it is a really slick logo.
Yeah, definitely. I do like that Interstellar logo. It does have a lot to it. It's definitely going to be a difficult choice for me, though, but I'm going to have to go for the Doko demo drivers. Being able to bring a map up against what is considered now one of the best teams in B League Group 1 in Frenetic means that they probably have a good chance to be able to try and bring that pressure to other teams. So my pick is going to be for the Doko demo drivers going against the other caster. This is totally not scripted, but regardless of that, we're heading into our first map here on Antarctic Peninsula between these two teams, and we'll see which team can excel in that brawl competition, just for it to be all turned on its head when map number 2 arrives. But we're in the present. Let's head to Antarctic Peninsula and see what these two teams are cooking in the kitchen.
I would really be shocked if we saw anything other than Brawl. But again, it's Overwatch, it's BPL. We live for the surprises, we live for the craziness. But again, that Ramatra, the Reinhardt, the Junker Queen, all part of that Brawl-based composition there. So I really expect to see pretty much a Brawl-heavy composition from both of these teams. And looks like we're in map now, and we called it, right? You have Riptide that's on the Junker Queen as of right now, Toasty Toast on that Ramatra. So again, these Brawl style compositions. Outside of that and the supports, you've got different DPS. We've got Tanic B on the Junkrat here. So again, with this being close quarters, you can actually kind of spam those explosives into those choke points. You can really deal a lot of damage. And on the side of Doko, you do have Ivy on the Mei, which is going to allow them to, again, just get really up close. You've got the wall, you've got the ice block. So really different DPS come out from both teams. But outside of that, not surprising to see the Brawl comp.
Absolutely, as you see the two teams meeting up, Doko demo drivers currently are the ones to push the pressure here onto Interstellar, and Cold Weather is caught out in the open thanks and courtesy to Riptide. Tanic be able to return the favor here and gets rid of that Mei of Ivy, which means that there's no more separation tools here for Doko demo drivers. Still, however, the Doko demo drivers are going to get the first pressure on this point and be able to take that point cap first, but Interstellar set up on the high ground and they're still pushing. Tanic B with that grenade, able to eliminate Ilden, and now Poofa out of the fight as well. No supports for the Doko demo drivers, and that just means they're going to eventually lose this point.
That's a great job just pushing forward there from Interstellar, right? You realize you have a member of Doko demo drivers down, so you're able to take that kind of 4v4 fight, and Tanic B with just that explosive. Again, you just see the power of the Junkrat on a close quarters map like this, and already built up to essentially a Riptide is seeing a little behind the scenes action there. That's you always like to see it, but again, that Riptide are going to come out now so early from Tanic B does take out Poofa, but they are going to pay their life for it. But I think in the grand scheme of things with Interstellar, I think you'll take a support over losing one of your DPS any day of the week.
And especially a support that can help your team rotate in effectively. Interstellar going to be dropping down to the low ground as Riptide and Ivy are there. But now the window being used here by Ilden on the high ground as Altair goes for the long-range shots, finds the kill and die Toasty Toast, and now Zasper out of the fight courtesy of the opposing Baptiste. Point's going to flip right back in the favor here of the Doko demo drivers.
Again, just great aggression coming out from the side of Doko demo drivers. Again, you're able to take down Tanic B early, even at the expense of the Riptide. But without that Junkrat, you don't have to worry about that spam coming into the choke point. So you can move up, you can play a lot more aggressively, and now you've got both your essentially your DPS ults online. You've got the Blizzard and you've got the Overclock here, and the wall going to come out. Try and just separate Interstellar already on the point here. Ivy going low, has to use the ice block. Sound barrier coming out from Lylan just to help keep Interstellar up with that Overclock. Not really going to find anything, but the Blizzard is going to go huge. That gets Lylan, and Lylan now out of the fight, so you lose that ability to kind of rotate around here. And they're just layering these out. Interstellar going to go for it here, just trying to get something, but all the members of Interstellar are going to go down, so that ult was for naught.
Yeah, the annihilation from Toasty Toast was all for naught as Doko demo drivers just pushed forward with that Blizzard and all the abilities that they had, and they clean up the fight. 65% for the Doko demo drivers. Interstellar need to try to come up with something here.
You have Tanic B that is coming up to another Riptide, and you've got to find value on this because this is essentially the only ult you have on the board. If you are able to build a window, you can use that to push in, but you're essentially in one more fight. But Tanic B dies before that ult can come online. That is huge. So no more spam and no tire on the field now, and now essentially a 5v4. If you can get any more of these picks, if you're Doko, you are in great shape here.
Annihilation coming out from Riptide to ensure just that. Cold Weather, Toasty Toast, Asper, and Lylum all fall. At 93%, it's looking very unlikely that Interstellar will be able to touch this point once more. Tanipy trying to run back on that Junkrat, but no one is in sight. Doko Demo Drivers will take the first map point here on Antarctic Peninsula.
And that was such a crucial pick there at the end on Tank, because again, you're getting so close to that tire, which can be a game changer if you're able to get the pick on the right person. But when Tank B goes down early, you don't get the charge on that rip tire, and you also, again, lose the spam damage that comes with that Junkrat in those close quarter fights. So that was a really big pick there and a great re-engage from Doko. And now as we go into point number 2 here, looks like we're not going to see too many changes other than Tannic B moving over to that May kind of, and it looks like we're going to have Altair. I think they're going to use this just to TP out for now. But other than that, oh wait, Toasty playing the Zarya? Somebody going after my heart? I like it. As a Zarya main, I like to see it. And we did see a little bit of this in the C League. One of the problems with running Zarya, though, is you're dependent on those bubbles, right? You don't have the shield or like the brawl style that you can run versus Riptide, who's on the Ramatra. You do have that shield that kind of allows you to engage. So you're really looking for a bubble efficiency here in Tannic B and Lilam running the pharmacy. But again, Toasty Toast going down early, Riptide with 2 already. You just see really quickly the difference between these compositions.
Yeah, definitely. I Toasty Toast tugging on my heartstrings, but unfortunately those heartstrings just popped immediately as well for me. But Riptide just putting on that pressure with the Ramatra, and the first cap will go to the Doko Demo Drivers.
Yeah, and Riptide just getting 3 there right off the rip. And again, Interstellar's comp is more about this poke, because you want to get the rockets in from Tannic B, and you've got cold weather on the Sojourn, but Doko, their comp is more set up with this brawl. You can engage with that Ramatra, you have the main, you have the Sojourn to get those headshots as well. So again, you're seeing why Doko Demo Drivers comp, at least for now, is having such an advantage over Interstellars, because again, when you run the Zarya, you really have to be careful with that bubble usage. You don't have that shield to essentially protect your team, and there you go, Tannic B paying for it already, so no far mercy on the field.
Yeah, tried to use the barrage, but unfortunately was only able to find a railgun to the head. Toasty also gets burned down here by Riptide, who's starting to punch everybody with that Nemesis form, and all the members of Interstellar falling one by one. The Doko Demo Drivers continue holding, and Shun Lizard, I would look away from the ult screen if you're an Interstellar fan.
Yeah, because this is about to be a 5-ult fight. At this point, just expect every member of Doko Demo Drivers to press Q here. Likely, if you're Interstellar, you're coming up on some ults of your own. You're going to have that overclocking, you're going to have both support ults as well. So you do have these ults here to engage. As Riptide does go low, has to pop that Annihilation here. And there you go, everybody just pressing Q here all at once. All the ults coming out from Doko Demo Drivers, both support ults used, but Riptide is going to be the one to go down first. Zasper is traded out. Just trades going back and forth here, so both tanks down. But it is going to be Doko with that overclock here. Just essentially getting the better of Interstellar here. So it was just the Q fight.
Yep, Altair putting out that overclock, being able to eliminate another pick with that, trying to get even more on that high ground, as Interstellar going to be putting them pressure on the point. Will be able to flip it into their favor, but now Altair and Illidan getting those picks for them own. Starting to get some more picks here as Toasty looking for some more pressure, but now it's 94% here as the Doko Demo Drivers trying to clean this up. Blizzard will come in for good pressure here from Ivy, as now overtime is triggered. Toasty is back in spawn. Tannic B tries to come over the top and will get killed out by Riptide, and it's going to be a pretty dominating first win here for the Doko Demo Drivers here on Antarctic.
I think Interstellar with this round, they were trying to go with something that maybe would throw Doko Demo Drivers off, because we've seen it before. If you run a comp that maybe the other team's not expecting, you can't get advantage out of that. But Doko's comp, again, just the stronger of the two, because you have just so many characters that just deal so much damage. And the Zarya there, while I appreciate the pick of someone who is a Zarya main, you're not really getting all that value, because you have the Ramatra with those punches and the Annihilation, and you have the Baptiste, and you have the main, you have everything else you need to really CC and take advantage. Because as a Zarya, once you use both of those bubbles, they're gone. You're on like an 8-second cooldown, so you really got to be efficient. And when those cooldowns come into play, once they run out, they're out, and you're really in a lot of trouble. So I think that's where the advantage came in for Doko, so they were able to use kind of that comp to their strength, and it was pretty dominant.
Yeah, definitely. Zarya is a very, very much pretty good hero that you can try and initiate, but you have to be really good in knowing how to play the Zarya and how to be able to utilize that charge to your advantage. Unfortunately, just not in the playbook right now for Interstellar, so the Doko demo drivers were able to pounce on that opportunity. Now we're heading into Rialto, and we already have swaps coming out. RMM is coming in for Pufa here as we enter into Rialto here for the side of the Doko demo drivers. No substitutions currently yet for Interstellar here, Shun, but this probably means that we're going to see some changes in the support line here for the side of Doko demo drivers.
That's exactly right. Again, RMM coming in for Pufa as we now move to Rialto, where, again, you and I were talking about it. We saw that brawl style just now on the Antarctic. Now we move over to Rialto in the escort map. This is where you're going to see the dive. And I wonder if this is the map where Interstellar start to feel a little more comfortable, because it didn't really look like they were comfortable playing that brawly style of comp, and it showed there, and they kind of got dominated on that first map. But now going into a dive style, it's going to be interesting to see if this is the more comfortable style for them, because if you can't run a successful dive on Rialto, it's going to be really tough to get anything going on this map. So again, it's just the momentum is going to be key here, right? If you're Doko, you're feeling really good about that first map. But again, you've got to be ready for Interstellar to run anything now that they're down a map.
Yeah, definitely. You got to try to take advantage of that lead that you have so far. We'll have to see if Doko Demo Drivers is able to make that advantage work. No swaps on the side of Interstellar currently, so it looks like they're going to be running with the exact same composition we just saw them on Antarctic Peninsula. So we'll see if that plays into their favor or not. It might just be a thing where their compositions that they may know are not really brawl. They might be more dive-centric team, which Rialto can tend itself to a lot of different compositions. Either the dive or the poke can work here, Sean.
Yeah, and I've said this in other matches as well. Rialto, you usually get one of two results on Rialto. You either get all the way to the end, either in overtime or with some time remaining in the bank, or you're going to get first held and not cap first point. There's usually not a whole lot of in between that we see. So Rialto usually plays one way or the other. Again, it's just a matter of, if we do see that dive, how well can you execute it? Because, again, going back to Antarctic, Interstellar did not look really strong on that brawl style. You saw them try to switch over to the Zarya to make it work. It just didn't work. Now, I wonder if they're going to feel a little more comfortable moving over to this dive style composition. But again, only time will tell.
Absolutely. We'll have to see what the move is going to be here from both of these teams, as we hope to be getting into Rialto here pretty shortly. But definitely, so far, it's been a pretty interesting match. And so far, Doko Demo Drivers just seem to have the upper hand in this match. It's going to be interesting to see if Interstellar have anything up their sleeve here, if they have any sort of wacky compositions that they could be running into here. I mean, we saw Toasty play the Zarya, so at this point, anything is on the table. But we're going to be heading into our second map, which again is Rialto here. So we'll see which team's going to get the advantage here. If Doko Demo Drivers are going to send home Interstellar in a clean 2-0, if Interstellar are going to have something up their sleeve and try to rocket themselves into a tie and maybe even a win here in a third map situation.
And just something quick, a little off topic, just talking about Rialto. I've never been to Europe myself, but I have heard Italy is such a beautiful country. It's one of the places that I want to end up visiting someday. So just kind of that nostalgic feel when it comes to Rialto. But again, just something a little off topic.
Yeah, I mean, that can pretty much be off topic. As someone who has Italian heritage, I can tell you that Italy definitely has a lot of interesting a lot of interesting architecture. It's a very beautiful city. And hey, we have 2 maps in Italy in Overwatch. So that should tell you a lot about how beautiful Italy is if it can get 2 maps. Gosh, Italy, why do you get to get 2 maps in Overwatch? But that's besides the point. We'll hopefully be getting into Rialto here pretty shortly, and we'll see what the 2 compositions are going to be here. And I'm pretty sure if Interstellar win this map, we're actually going to the second Italy map of Colosseo. So we'll see if Interstellar are able to bring us to right down the Italy Peninsula, right to Rome, outside of Venice, where Rialto is held. But regardless of which, hopefully getting into the match here soon, as we're waiting for the 2 teams to get themselves into the lobby and all set.
Yeah, I just love talking about the maps. I think when everyone talks about maps in Overwatch, we all talk about how, like, the aesthetic wise, they're all really, really nice. I mean, designers do a great job, but how certain maps play is a little more 50-50. Some people obviously like certain maps over others, but I mean, at the end of the day, you can't deny what the art team is able to do with a lot of these maps. And Rialto, Coliseo, just they're both beautiful.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of different things that you can see on either one of these maps. We're just waiting for everybody to get set, and it looks like we are indeed set to head towards the canals of Venice and toward Rialto to see what these two teams have in the tank. If Doko Demo drivers are going to absolutely demolish the competition and get their 2-0 start to the season, or if Interstellar have something up their sleeve to start getting themselves up into orbit. So we'll see what the two teams have as we head into our second map of the series. What could be our last map, but what could also be the middle point of our map at the start of a reverse sweep from Interstellar.
And we've already seen one of those reverse sweeps today, and you know what? I wouldn't mind seeing another one. Again, just I'm interested to see what Interstellar's cooking here as we are now into the map. So it looks like they're going to go with the Ramatra here on the defense. So they really want to play this kind of brawl-style competition. And for Doko Demo, is that a Life Weaver that I see in the upper right-hand corner?
Well, Doko Demo are on the attack, so that could mean anything. But Interstellar right now showing a brawl style again. We see the Ramatra, or somewhat brawl style with the Ramatra, with the Lucio and Bat, but they also have the poke of the two snipers on their side as well.
Yeah, and Riptide also running. Okay, I was going to say they're about to come out on the ball, and they're not coming out on the Life Weaver. So kind of a thank goodness for that. But yeah, kind of a more dive-centric composition here. But I'm really surprised that Interstellar is staying on this brawl comp. Usually when you play this into a dive-style comp, it's really tough because you've got all of this spam just coming out you. You've got the Winston with the Tesla cannon. You've got to deal with the Sombra. You've got to deal with the Tracer poke. I mean, everything that Doko runs is going to be really tough going into this brawl style composition. Not to say that you can't make it work, but it's got to be really perfect in order to get value against the time. As I say that though, Tanic B gets an early pick. 2 early picks. Okay, so I think they're shutting me up right away. But again, some nice early picks here. Lylam does actually. Wait a minute, are we seeing another turn here? Hold on just a second. Again, it's just the way that these teams are going back and forth. But again, at least early on, Interstellar getting some value out of the brawl, which is surprising.
Yeah, definitely Interstellar able to make this poke composition work. I wouldn't call it necessarily a brawl because you have the Baptiste and the Lucio, but nonetheless, Interstellar making it work when it matters the most. And now just trying to hold this. Tanic B is clicking heads for a living right now, just hitting every single head, finds the head of Eli there to finish out that sort of fight. And now Interstellar is just comfortably on this cart without Ramatra.
Yeah, I really like the job they're doing, right? And again, it's nothing flashy from Interstellar, but when you're able to get just like these 1 or 2 picks, it really slows Doko down, and it takes just a few seconds to get back out of that spawn. Is Altair, I think at this point, you're just really looking for somebody to just hack, and you get the hack onto the Baptiste here, so you're just trying to be annoying, but Interstellar just doing a good job playing this corner, not rushing into anything. They'll give them space, and Tanic B with another pick onto Ivy. I mean, Tanic B just going crazy right now on this Hanzo. I mean, I'll give credit to Interstellar. I didn't think early on that this was going to work, but they're making this composition work. Doko's barely gotten around this first corner.
Yeah, it's been very difficult for Doko Demo Drivers to set up anything with this dive right now, as 2 minutes now burned off the clock, but Doko Demo Drivers might have some things in the tank to start helping them out here, Shund.
They will. So it looks like both teams are essentially about to come up on all 5 of their ults. So we could be looking at a 10 ult fight here if all of these come online at the same time. So just look for Doko to possibly engage with that EMP, and then the dive from the Winston, pop that Primal Rage. Tang B gonna release the Dragon here. Not really gonna find anything but Riptide going low, but Tang B finally gonna get taken care of here. So you finally take care of the Hanzo, and now you've got some room to breathe.
Absolutely, Ivy starting to pop up here on the Tracer. Riptide has to prop that Primal Rage to keep themselves alive, but now it's starting to dive in. Altair finishing off Crystal there, as now the Doko Demo Drivers have found their way to bust through this first hold. So Itosi Toast will be able to finish off Ivy here, but that card is still moving toward that first point. We'll have to see if there's going to be a re-engage here from the side of Interstellar as the Nano Boost goes on to Riptide, the EMP from Altair as well. Now 2 people in the grave, Tanic B and Lylam starting to get an advantage here for the Doko Demo Drivers. The Annihilation from Itosi Toast doesn't find anything except just forces the Tracer, forces the Sombra of Altair out. And now the overclock coming out here from Crystal. Itositos as well, starting to push forward. RMM is out of the fight as that overclock trying to find anything, but all it does is just pump her in the damage. And right now, it's just a stall game. Interstellar looking for the opportunity to really stop this push, and they will be able to with those 2 kills on Ivy and Riptide.
That was wonderful re-engage there from or great hold, I should say, there from Interstellar, right? You force Doko to pretty much use all of their ults, including that EMP. So now you don't have that, and now you're looking at a dry fight. I mean, yes, you used everything for Interstellar, but in a fight win, I think you'll take that 100%. And now I didn't even look at the time. This is final fight territory here. You've got to get somebody from Doko to touch this card. And with this being a dry fight, you're really hoping for one of these ults to come online, or you're just essentially looking for a key pick to either start this fight or end this round.
Riptide is the first to jump in, trying to contest that card, but ends up getting picked out. Altair also from the backline gets picked out as well, and nobody else from the Doko demo drivers is there to touch the point as Interstellar get a full hold to start off here on Rialto, already showing that glimpse of a potential reverse sweep here.
There seems to be a theme when I cast these matches and Rialto is involved that the card never makes it beyond the first point, and it has happened again. So great defense there from Interstellar, and I will be happy to eat my words. I did not think that the brawl style would really work against the comp that Doko was running, because again, you have the Sombra Tracer and you have the Winston, which is a poke dive heavy composition going into a brawl, which you see on a lot of more close quarter maps. But Interstellar, they made it work. Now, if you're Doko, what do you do here? Do you continue to run that dive? It looks like at least they are for now, and Interstellar going to stay, at least for now, on that brawl style type of composition. So if they got to be feeling confident that they were able to first hold Doko here. So again, don't deny what Tanik did. I mean, those were some key picks that he was able to get on that Hanzo. So if they can make this work on attack, Interstellar's got to be feeling really good about themselves.
Tanik B is known for making a lot of key plays when it matters the most, and I think it's safe to say Tanik B was the factor that helped, one of the main factors that helped Interstellar be able to win that. A lot of massive headshots from that Hanzo, and they are showing the Hanzo once again, trying to end this here and now and get Interstellar their first map win in this series and bring us to a crucial map 3. As the teams roll out, Interstellar already pushing up way past the bridge, but Altair's in the backline trying to look for a target to hack, trying to see what they can find, see if they can find anything to try and start this, as Crystal's going to be pushing forward here on the Sojourn. It's a lot of damage into Riptide, and Tanik be able to finish out the kill there. Altair's in the backline alongside Ivy, just trying to pressure out the members of Interstellar, but it's just not doing anything. Interstellar are pushing this cart even further.
Yeah, and Coldweather went so aggressive there. You're able to poke down the Winston, and the Tanik B with the Storm Arrow shots is able to just get in there and get the remaining health bar down to 0. So great push here from Interstellar. You get that key pick and you force Demo to back off, but now they do have this high ground above, and we're already getting to near the end of the map here. So if you're Doko, you really can't afford any more of these kills. Coldweather does get picked off though, so this could be the opportunity to reset if you're Doko. With Tank B going down, it looks like this is going to be the full reset coming in for Interstellar.
Absolutely. Altair finishing off a couple kills. Will get killed out by Itositos in the aftermath, but the damage has been done. Itositos forced to back up, literally 1 health, trying to block as the Ramatra will get picked out by Ivy in the aftermath, giving a little bit of stagger here. As now Interstellar back to the drawing board. Doko demo drivers secure some sort of a hold here.
And now you've got a nano boost online for Illidan, and you've got that pulse bomb as well. What you're going to have to be careful with here is if you're Interstellar is obviously you don't want to get picked here by that pulse bomb, but that EMB is going to be coming online here as Zasper is going to get hacked out, has to use that immortality field so early, and Tank B already going down because of it. They're just forcing Interstellar to just back off here and respect this Tracer. So very well done. They get that pick and they force Interstellar to do another reset.
Absolutely. Interstellar looking for the reset again as Tanik B comes back from the spawn room. Ivy is currently on the high ground trying to get the 1 clip, only able to get half the health, but here comes that EMP from Altair, landing onto all 5. Zasper falls in the aftermath. Tanik B is soon to follow as the Doko demo drivers finally stabilizing themselves for a long period of time. Now already almost a minute burned off the clock since they were able to hold that card first. And they're still trying to push for kills. Crystal will fall to the hands of Ivy as Itositos trying to rebound here with that Nemesis form, but is going to back out alongside the rest of Interstellar.
Yeah, you see where the Brawl, at least on defense, would have an advantage, but now you're starting to see again the weakness of it on Rialto attack, right? Because Doko demo drivers have the ability to just kind of hold these corners close, right? I mean, you're trying to get this Winston down, but Riptide just going to pop the Primal, and you're in this room, and it's just not a good time. Thankfully, Interstellar still staying alive here, and they are going to have some ults on their own. They got a 4-ult fight coming up here. If there's at any point where you're going to try and break this defense, it's now. You know there's no EMP. You really only have a rally and you have a rally, a pulse bomb, and a nano, but no dragon now for Tanic as they're going to go down.
Yeah, Tanic ends up falling. The Immortality Field as well from Zasper is burned thanks to the Pulse Bomb from Ivy as Doko demo drivers want to try to push into this engage that Interstellar has set up in, but it's just a little bit difficult for them. Looks like Doko demo drivers are going to hold out as Crystal tries to go for the flank and is found out by Altair. Beautiful setup there from the Doko demo drivers as they're still trying to push on. Ito's unleashing the Nemesis form here, trying to bring Interstellar back in this fight as Ivy's now out of the picture. Nemesis form will cease to exist, however. Technically picked off here by Riptide, who gets the nano boost from Illidan as the rest of the Interstellar trying to stabilize. RMM out of the fight. Illidan is now your only support as Riptide drums back to the cart to try and stabilize. Now the overclock invested here by Crystal will eliminate Riptide on that monkey. Now 8 seconds left. Interstellar have this cart, and Doko demo drivers have to quickly reset or else this map is lost.
Yeah, and that was just great re-engage there from Interstellar, right? They're able to get these picks here. I don't know. Oh, Lilaman, that's going to be an EMP. That's a 4-man EMP. Lilaman's Esper down, so no supports on the field. Riptide going down, but with losing both of your supports early, it's just falling one after another.
It's all going to come down to how well these teams can do. Ito's currently alive in that Annihilation form, able to eliminate RMM. Now no support for either side. Ivy trying to clutch it up here, but Ito's and Tanic B are currently alive, and Ivy cannot get to the cart in time. Interstellar are bringing us to a map 3.
Another map 3, you'll love to see it. Interstellar making the plays and making me eat my words about this Brawl style comp. Again, I know we talk about dive a whole lot, dive on Rialto, but they were able to make it work, and how they were able to make it work is just these early picks, right? On the Hanzo, when you're able to consistently burst down these tanks with those Hanzo arrows, those storm arrows, and you have the dragon to be able to effectively space that point, there's not a whole lot that Doko demo drivers can do. And you saw it there. Ito's was just able to stay alive long enough for the team to come back to point, get those remaining picks, and get that cart over the line. So again, another map 3 for you and I.
Absolutely. This is my 3rd map 3 in BPL Season 5. Something tells me I am cursed for the remainder of the season, but that is besides the point. We're in for one heck of a show. It's all going to come down to Colosseo to determine who's going to be winning this matchup and walking away with the W here in the first week of Bad Pachimari League Season 5. But definitely one heck of a matchup, and we've already seen how both of these teams technically excel in multiple different styles. We saw Doko demo drivers do really well on the Brawl on the control map, but now Interstellar is showing that they can also play the Brawl on the escort map. So it's all going to come down to who can play the Brawl best on the push map, Colosseo.
Yeah, when you think about Colosseo, obviously the starting point for that bot is that long corridor right there down the middle, and that is where the Brawl comp, at least early on, thrives a lot because you're able to get a lot of this poke damage, a lot of this like whittling down of the health bars, if you will, from both of these Brawl style types of compositions. So I think what you're going to see here once we get into Rialto is you're going to see a lot of these teams just playing it slow, like nobody wants to give up that first pick, because once you do, then the snowball effect usually starts to happen, and that's when things usually start to go off the rails. So again, we've seen a lot run on Colosseo, but at least early on, Brawl style usually reigns supreme on this map.
Absolutely. So we'll see what these two teams have in store. Currently, no swaps for either team. As we're entering into Colosseo here, we'll see if that changes within the next couple of minutes, if any of these teams want to make any swaps to their rosters. But definitely will be interesting to see if they have no swaps on either side, and that's exactly the case. No swaps on either side, the exact same rosters we just saw. So interesting move coming out, especially from the Doko demo drivers who ran Poofa on that first map and showed that they could really excel in the Brawl style. So they have to be cooking something else different here, Sean.
And I'm excited to see what they're cooking up here. And it looks like, at least for now, completely similar comps to what we've seen. Interstellar has not changed their comp. Actually, I don't think this entire match, they're on that Hanzo Sojourn, Ramatra, and then the Bap Lucio support line. Whereas for Doko, you are running the dive. Tracer Sombra dive with Winston, and then Kiriko Ana on the backline. So both these teams sticking to what they feel most comfortable with and what usually works for them. And again, as we go into this fight into the first corridor, probably looking at this being a really slow fight. Nobody is going to want to give up this first pick, but you've got to be wary of Altair's position, especially on a close quarter map like this, that Sombra can get a lot of value.
Absolutely. We'll see what Altair is able to do. Able to get the hack here onto Tanikby, and once again is just reigning supreme, being able to do that. Tanikby falls immediately to the hands of Ivy. Good start here so far for the Doko demo drivers as they're trying to push themselves forward. They will be able to get control of that bot, but Ivy now out of the picture courtesy of iToasty hitting the normal shot. That wasn't even the Nemesis form. They just hit with the normal stat form and Omnic form. The bot will go back in favor here for the Interstellar as they start pushing right on top of the Doko demo drivers.
Yeah, and you see with the Lucio, they're just able to get in here. And usually when you get that kind of pick first that Riptide did, that can usually be really costly. But Interstellar, they played it well. They were able to get the picks that they needed to on their end. And now Tankby switching over to the Torbjorn, which I actually, on a map like Colosseo, I actually do like this because with the comp Doko is running, this full-on dive comp, you have that turret to kind of dissuade that dive a little bit, and Altair actually goes down to the turret right as I'm saying that. So I really do like this pick coming out from Tankby. You want to try and limit as much of this dive as you can.
Absolutely, and the Torbjorn turret can be an absolute annoyance for the DPS of Doko demo drivers. Even though it got that nerf, it is still effective in being able to try and stop a dive as iToasty just pushing up super far up with the remainder of Interstellar. Doko demo drivers looking for anything right now to keep pushing themselves. Nano Boost will go into Riptide as they start the engage in, and already Lilam sees the grave. iToasty, however, unleashes the Annihilation and has found both supports for the side of the Doko demo drivers. Illidan and RMM off the table, as right now Doko demo drivers trying to find anything, but Ivy will just be finding the spawn room. Same thing with Riptide. Altair on the high ground just trying to stall out that bot from moving any further because this bridge is a very fair point in terms of keeping that bot contested. iToasty trying to burn them down, but at the end of the day, the respawns are going to be there from Doko demo drivers, and Interstellar are going to have to back out.
That was so close. You saw iToasty going big there with the Annihilation. Did get both supports, but at the end of the day, Doko was just able to re-engage there. But they do the smart thing. They're able to back out here, but now Altair's got this EMP, trying to get as many members, and that's a 4-man EMP, and with an anti-nade as well. I mean, nobody going down though. Actually, I cannot speak today. I cannot remember what Baptiste dot amplification means. Window, thank you. As you see the overclock now coming out from Interstellar here again, just trying to create a lot of that space, being hacked out, and Altair finishes him off, but Riptide going down as well, so you don't have your tank, and you're now just back and forth. We've seen a lot of this, but it looks like just with what Doko's being able to run here, the anti-nade finally going to finish the job, and now Doko now in the driver's seat.
An absolute mess of a fight, and also some mess of some words, but it doesn't matter at the end. The Doko demo drivers get control of that bot, and now they're starting to push into the faces of Interstellar. It's going to be interesting to see how they're going to be going up against this. Tanikby has that Molten Core, iToasty has the Annihilation, so we'll see what the plan is here from Interstellar as they start taking that high ground approach, trying to poke down from the high ground as iToasty starts making the engage into the enemy team. Ivy looking for anything to try and get a big pick here, but is unable to find anything so far, and now actually will find the Fists of the Ramatra. Zasper also able to eliminate Riptide, as Cold Weather is currently the only casualty here for Interstellar, but it's not going to mean anything as the Doko demo drivers sent back to spawn. Interstellar back in control.
Yeah, and that was, again, just waiting out that ult there from Interstellar, right? And you get one of those early picks there, despite losing a member of your own team really early on. Now, if you're Interstellar, you want to try and play around this this Annihilation that Toasty has, right? Really, your only ult that you have available right now. You look for Ivy, use this dragon, kind of split the point, and Illidan just have that nano. If you can stay alive to use it, as I said, all the ults coming out at once. 2 going down the side of Interstellar, but Illidan going to get caught in that Annihilation, but Doko, again, just a little too much damage on the field, and with all the ults that have been used, maybe wanted to say that if you're Interstellar, but again, felt like it was a winnable fight, but looks like Doko will win this one out.
Yeah, definitely a good Dragon Strike coming out there from Ivy to separate the members of Interstellar when that Annihilation was used, and at the end of the day, The Doko demo driver stopped that bot once again from taking the checkpoint. It's probably less than a meter now from that checkpoint for Interstellar, as they're going to be rotating that bot right back in the opposite direction and try to keep pushing this bot forward, but it's going to be difficult considering Interstellar still have some very good defense up their sleeve here, Sean.
They do. They've got a really good setup. The issue, though, here with Interstellar is you don't have any ult, and Doko Demo Drivers is going to have 4. As I say that, though, no EMP. Altair gets headshot, so that EMP is off the field. If you're Interstellar, you know this now. You can go up, try and play aggressive. I say that, though, Toasty Toast goes down, so it's a 4v4. So, again, really good job taking Altair out of the fight, but when you lose your tank like that, you're now vulnerable, especially to this Primal Rage of Riptide, just trying to create as much space as they can. But, again, just really good job from Doko here, just playing it slow and not panic using that EMP. But RMM going down, you're going to lose some of your healing here. So again, just really scrappy, really back and forth. And this is what we were talking about. These teams just trying to play for these opening picks and not exactly playing for these team wipes.
Yeah, right now Interstellar is just starting to push forward once again, but it's a 5-man EMP again from Altair, landing onto multiple members. Both DPS dead here for the side of Interstellar, but Toasty Toast and the supports are still alive. Riptide trying to stop any sort of progress, but at the end of the day, Interstellar going to be pushing this bot forward. That EMP goes to waste.
I saw what they were trying to do there, right? I mean, you have the advantage there in that EMP fight. Unfortunately, Interstellar was just able to stay alive for long enough to get those picks, and now that checkpoint unlocked, so now you got those forward spawns, and now Interstellar have 5 ults of their own, and Ivy just has the Dragon. But again, look for this Dragon to kind of split that point as Interstellar, now that they have that checkpoint, they're just going to back up here a little bit. They have all the ults they need to kind of hold this, so they don't really need to go aggressive quite yet. Again, in this corridor, you're just kind of looking for that early pick. There's the Dragon there just to kind of help space point. You see Toasty Toast the Annihilation. The Dragon actually gets Ivy that was caught there, and Illidan go down. Support ults being used for Interstellar. This is great.
Yeah, beautiful. Interstellar just using all of their ults in tandem, just cleaning up the point one by one. But 4 ults used in that fight, they will be able to get that barricade moving, but maybe a little bit too much investment in that fight, Chund.
Yeah, I would have liked them. I would have liked them to save at least 1 or 2 of those ults. But again, the Annihilation you could use to go in and just get those picks early on, right? But again, you have the sound barrier and pretty much everything else that was used. So now, luckily, Doko don't have anything other than this nano boost. But Desperate does have that window to kind of engage here and help create that. Help create that space as well. So look for that to be popped here real soon. If you're on the side of Doko, you're going to use the nano here onto Riptide, and yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do against a nano boosted annihilating Ramatra. I mean, that's just fight over. That was beautiful engage there, and again, no ults, but if you will take that fight win if you're Doko.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure a nano-boosted ulting Ramatra is known as my sleep paralysis demon, but that is definitely something that can help you win a fight. But Doko Demo Drivers having to dump 2 big ultimates into that fight. And now Interstellar are going to be able to get the bot back in their favor. They do not have the closer checkpoints now, as they were reset by the hands of Doko Demo Drivers, but Interstellar still looking to try and engage onto this. Doko Demo Drivers looking for an opportunity as Altair is going to pop up the overclock, trying to find anything with it so far. It has only been able to find a lot of damage. No picks so far. That lamp from Zasper is there to protect the team. Overclock goes away. No picks resulted from either side until Altair lands a railgun shot right into Lilam's head. Now the Lucio out of the fight means Doko Demo Drivers have the speed advantage. You can tell immediately with Riptide engaging right onto the front lines. Has to use that block to keep themselves alive, but will end up dying to the hands of Tanikby. But Ivy RMM cleaning up the field with 2 picks to their name. And the Doko Demo Drivers start pushing that bot forward in their favor.
And something I didn't even notice now that we're seeing on the screen, Ivy has switched over to the Soldier 76, and I actually like this here because Soldier is technically a hit scan, but now you have this Visor online. Illidan switched over to the Baptiste to get that Immortality field and to get that window online, and with just a minute left now, this is going to be tense. Nobody is going to want to give up this first pick, as Toasty Toast is going to pop that Annihilation, just trying to get something. But Lilam, again, going to go down. RMM using that Sun Barrier just to try to keep everybody up. But with your opposing Lucio down, this should be opening. And Kennedy as well. My goodness. But look at this. The bot's going in the other direction.
I think we're having another Rialto moment where the enemy team is not stepping on the bot. And this is very crucial because Doko Demo Drivers won that fight, but because Crystal was able to bring that bot all the way back in the opposite direction, they're not going to get any bot progress off of that. Interstellar have a perfect opportunity here to sway this in their favor.
Yeah, and that was so huge, right? I mean, you were so hyper focused on winning that fight that, I mean, we've all done it before. You forget to focus on the bot, but again, all that usage you had from your abilities and getting that fight win, now that just means you have to push back. And Ivy down already. That's not a good start here, as this is going to be the last fight and already looking very rough for Doko.
Ivy also used the tactical visor, so that's off the table as Crystal cleaning up the field. Overtime is triggered, but it will burn immediately as Interstellar head up to orbit and eliminate, or at least defeat, the Doko demo drivers, getting their first win of the season.
2 banger matches, 2 fantastic finishes, and Interstellar, they rightfully earned this win. That was wonderful stuff coming out there on that push map, and that was huge from Crystal, being able to take that bot all the way back to the opposing side as we see the play of the game there. But just wonderful stuff coming out from Interstellar, and it just felt as we went on through this match that Interstellar, that confidence was starting to get there, right? Especially on that Rialto. You get that finish, that hold on defense, you're able to push the cart over the line, and now you get into a map where the style, that brawl style that you like to run, really shines, and you saw there just one pick coming at one pick after another. And you know, I don't think either of these teams did anything particularly wrong. It was just the plays that Interstellar made at the end.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you saw that the Doko demo drivers definitely had it in them, especially with the play of the game going over to Riptide there at the end. I'm pretty sure Riptide also got the play of the game in one of the other maps, but still, you can tell Doko demo drivers were in it to win it, but unfortunately, they just weren't able to get themselves across the finish line. Interstellar just stopped them a little bit short. With a little bit of shenanigans, I think it's safe to say that Interstellar have won off of 2 C9s in this entire matchup, which is not something that you should be writing on your resume, but regardless of which, a win's a win, and today on Interstellar are the winners of this matchup, and thus, they get their first victory in the B League for Bad Pachimari League Season 5.
Yeah, just two crazy matches, and again, even though they were C9s, I don't think you'll complain about getting the win in this scenario, right? But you hate to see the C9s, but at the same time, you love to see the high energy gameplay that you and I have seen across both of these matches, and that's why I always say don't ever count out B League. There's some real talent on all of these teams in B League, and we've seen it in the last 2 matches, especially on these push maps where it's just either dominance or a close map like we saw there. So congrats to Interstellar. That was a fantastic and hard-fought win.
Absolutely, Interstellar taking the victory, and let's head over now to what you're going to be seeing for the remainder of the night tonight, our remaining schedule here for the A stream. Of course, we've already seen the Worcester Steel Divers and Snapdragon play together alongside Fermata and Powerwash Pirates and Interstellar and the Doko demo drivers. Later on today, right after this, is going to be D.I.Y versus the Off-Tank Union and Starstruck versus the Pacfellows. So obviously a lot of great matches coming on the horizon in the A stream. Definitely a lot of intense matches we've seen so far this weekend, and we are still not done, Sean. So it's gonna be one heck of a weekend to see how to see what's gonna be happening as this week continues.
Yep, and then one quick note here before we go to break on the schedule. That last match, Starstruck Pacfellows, that's yet another rematch. That is a rematch of the other semi-final that we had in the B League tournament. So keep your eyes on that one, but 2 more banger matches coming up.
Yeah, definitely a lot of banger matches coming throughout the rest of the night, but that is going to do it for me and Shun Lizard here on the cast. Well, you'll be joined next by 2 other casters as we head into the final 2 matches of the night. But that's going to do it for me and Shun. From Shun and everybody on the production, my name has been Bowsy, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the night here in Bad Pachimari. Stay tuned after the break, because there's more Bad Pachimari League action coming right after this.
Hello, Gamer Nation. It is I once again, Hot Dog and Salsa. How you doing, bud?
Doing good.
Good. We've terrorized this mainstream two times this weekend. A bit over the last weekend. I mean, got to keep the good times rolling.
Of course.
Speaking of good times, we've had some good matches so far this weekend. I don't know if you watched any, Salsa.
I have. I've been watching some pretty good matches. I thought the rematch of Fermata Powerwash Pirates, I thought was a pretty good match earlier today. I was taking a peek towards the end of on the B stream, the Mirage Polyswag match that just finished up. That was a pretty good one as well. And we have a pretty good banger today. D.I.Y and Off Tank Union, and then later we have the final match of the day and of the week is a B-League match, Starstruck and Pacfellows. That'll also be a rematch. But returning to our A-League game, D.I.Y kind of busted out a little bit in their match against Crusaders.
Mm-hmm.
Off Tank Union, they got passed through Amalgamation in their round 1 match and then fell 2-1 to Eye Candy, made that match pretty close, but could not get there in the end. And
worth noting, I will quick interject. Eye Candy did make it, and to the grand finals. So
yeah, that's true. Absolutely, it's still a good team. That's kind of their credit. Is that this is a good team. Like they give a good run on a good team. So it's definitely a strength for them to have come that far. But I think D.I.Y's lineup is pretty solid. It's not. I don't think you have the star talent or somebody you can say, oh, that's the identifiable pop-off player. But I don't think that there's a obvious hole in their roster.
Mm-hmm.
As we see both teams' rosters coming up now. I think it's a consistent one. It's not one that's like outstanding. It's just a good roster.
Dude, I'm getting PTSD from Strato's logo. I forgot. I thought I forgot. But yeah, we got some good teams, some fun rosters here. I believe both the teams are mostly ready. We're just kind of getting, as always, a few odds and ends locked in. But we've got Li Jiang for the first match. I'm sure gone over already. The map pool is locked in a bit earlier, not just pick by pick. So we got Li Jiang for this first map. We always talk about it, but it's a fun one. You get a lot of diversity. You see a lot of Ramatra. You can see a lot of dive stuff happening. You can see a lot of Reinhardt. If you're so inclined, which I like seeing a little bit of variety here.
Absolutely, and I think a little bit more variety for these teams. None of these teams played any of the maps in this pool. Even the please, oh God, let us not play the 4th map. So, this will be some all new looks for these teams and see if we can see something brand new from how they want to play.
Yeah, and I will point out, because we had a match yesterday that had a lot of people locked into their roles. A lot less sort of variety. So we had one tank player, 3 DPS, and one I think 4 DPS maybe, and a 1 support or 2 support. So in any case, a lot more variety here with the role picks. So hopefully there's a little bit more versatility that these two teams can go through. If they run into a brick wall, they can call someone else in next map that won't be kind of locking in the rest of the hero picks for it. But yeah, time will tell.
Absolutely,
time will only tell. And here we go. I think it's actually time to tell. The clock is finally talking, baby.
All right. Getting into Li Jiang, I'm trying to just remember back if I can remember what Off Tank Union was playing. I think I remember watching the Off Tank Union and Eye Candy match. I know I was scheduled. I think you and I were both scheduled to actually cast the D.I.Y Crusaders match, and then that got pushed off because the Aquila Average Joe's game took a million years during the tournament, so couldn't get a look at that. They were playing while we were casting. So
how dare they? They should be punished. I say punished.
All right, getting into some compositions. D.I.Y. This is an interesting look on Night Market. I'm wondering if there's just a little bit of a troll job with the Roadhog, which I think is the most questionable bit of their composition. Otherwise, it looks pretty good. And yeah, there's the switch. So kind of a traditional Ramattra composition you see on here. Otherwise, kind of just a dive composition for Off Tank Union playing with that ball as Off Tank Union gets D.I.Y get a quick rotation on the point.
I don't know. I was hoping for that hog. I've heard Gator. I think it was Gator has been spamming hog and went 0-7 in some games. So I was hoping maybe see some a little bit of BPL spin on that. And Stratocaster finds the first pick on Don Cheadle as Chasey blasts through. Judge finds Danky. And Off Tank Union, unfortunately, getting pushed back into spawn already. They do get an early cap, though. So now D.I.Y have already gave up some points. Chasey, very adept on this ball. Blasting in, getting some damage. Again, unfortunately, getting blasted back to spawn. And now D.I.Y get the point back, 10% only on the side of Off Tank Union. But, you know, that is 10% less than D.I.Y could have had. You know, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, even just stopping like the extra 10% or so that Off Tank Union, or excuse me, that D.I.Y would have generated because they got that early flip, that's good enough. Even if you don't get that full hold, they would normally be around 30%. Now they're only at 20.
Tracer for Off Tank Union in the back line. Hunting gets absolutely obliterated by Phone with that right click. Ooh. Man, dial-up tones here as they load back into spawn, and D.I.Y sitting pretty at 30%, not really having to do a whole lot. They're able to keep them at pretty far distance also.
Yeah, I mean, this composition just is really good at just kind of walling out the dive, because they just will stay on the point and go nowhere else. They have to find this way in, and it's just really difficult without some type of ultimate or a pick-off early on to make that happen.
Off Tank Union hoping to make that specific thing happen with a nano boost here on the Echo. Doesn't get anyone, but Phone finds Chasey as Brazius finds Strato. And it is back and forth here as alternate blue and red. But Phone says, nope, I'm going to get 2 in a row here. And now with no Zenyatta and no Tracer on the side of Off Tank Union, it's going to be a little bit tough here. Going for the Ana as well as the Echo, who had duplicated May, is able to get the Blizzard off. Does get burned out of duplicate, and nothing has really happened in favor of Off Tank Union, it feels like. Chasey back on the point here, trying to make some magic happen as Strato is on the Lucio. Bouncing around, poking in the damage, but I mean, not sure it's really needed here. It seems as though D.I.Y has it locked in.
Yeah, I mean, just really difficult for Off Tank Union to get into position. These mines might be the thing that actually gets a small flip, but it's going to be difficult to continue hold on without a couple picks. They are starting to go in the favor of Off Tank Union, though. 3, so now it's a 5v3, and that will result in the flip at 99.
I mean, that was a valiant effort there from Strato with that beat. Gets it on pretty high value targets, but not enough. But hey, a little bit of a tough climb here for Off Tank Union, only at 23% Sol. So I mean, it's looking already dire for them.
It is looking pretty. I mean, the biggest issue is D.I.Y. Oh, that's even worse. If it was dire before, I don't even know how to describe it here. Oh,
really
Chasey.
bad. Chasey called Stratocaster. Doesn't get the boop kill, but kills with the boop. Able to get into icicle form, but gets picked off. Lamb was looking for a solid ultimate here, but not really sure it's going to happen. Judge uses Annihilation in the thick of it now here in the face of Squiggle on Hanzo for Off Tank Union, who does throw in the Dragon, just blasting Ramattra on D.I.Y, who's at 1 health. Phone finds Squiggle, and it is just a skirmish outside the point. Judge and Phone coming in huge here. Danky on the Zenyatta and Don Cheadle, excuse me, on Honest. There's no healing for the side of Off Tank Union, and a fight win for D.I.Y and a round win. Only 48% for Off Tank Union, and I'm going to be honest, it felt not that that's even close, but it felt even less close than that.
You know, I mean, it was close because they got that extra 10% bonus. And
Sure.
they kind of got to fake a fight win when there absolutely wasn't one. They won 1 fight, got to hold on for the point for a bit. It was just a really, really brutal hold by D.I.Y, and some composition changes. D.I.Y looking like they're gonna opt to mirror Off Tank Union, at least a touch. The DPS haven't swapped over, but I presume the teleport is just a temporary thing. And we'll be seeing a Tracer from Lamb in a minute. But yeah, exactly. So a bit of a dive mirror. I think this is gonna be kind of interesting to see how they want to play here.
Jarvis. Activate Chasey damage for 10 counter. Speaking of, JC just zipping around, zippity-doo-dah around the center pole, pushing back off tank Union. In fact, pushing D.I.Y, excuse me, into the spawn, getting Try and Lambs, no Kiriko, and no Tracer on the side of D.I.Y. Judge, though, has also mirrored Chasey on the ball. Phone finds Kiriko as a Danky fall, so there's no healing on the side of off-tank Union, so D.I.Y is in a position to win it here. Strato reses Judge. Now D.I.Y is looking real good. Chasey getting burned down here. Echo just chasing them down. Phone really wants their number. And now a Lucio kill as well for D.I.Y. That's going to be big. They did find Tracer right before. Danky did find a kill, but I'm not sure it's going to matter here. It's 5% and climbing goes in for D.I.Y. And it seems like this fight's just still going, Salsa. Not quite sure what's going on, but a lot of ults coming in here.
I mean, the problem for Dr. Union is they got that pick on the Stratocaster, and that's like just enough to like bait you into starting to play this fight, and it actually forces Phone to use the copy on the Kiriko just to kind of keep that team healthy and up in this fight, even though they have tapped the point and are already have essentially won a fight with that, and now is a kind of the point where we could say, okay, they won that fight. They've off-tank Union have retreated, but
at what cost?
At what cost? You've basically lost a fight, and then you have to play another fight to get to change anything, and Chasey's dead, so it's really brutal.
Phone has been a menace. I mean, yeah, the term Pyrrhic victory comes to mind. I mean, D.I.Y, look at this ult charge. 4 ults basically on the field, maybe a 4th here for Phone if they're able to get something happening, but not so much on off-tank Union. Judge hacked, but it doesn't really matter as Phone finds the Tracer on the side of off-tank Union. Man, it is looking rough. 60% accounting for D.I.Y. They have it locked in. They've been at Home Depot. They got the padlock. They figured they've installed it with a nice drill, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, almost all the ultimates in the world to be used. Just this EMP kind of has to be huge here. Emmanuel Hack coming out for Squiggle and just dies, so cannot use that this fight.
Needed to press Q there, make something happen. Chasey finds Phone, and now, I mean, that is an even fight here. Lamb throws in a pulse bomb. It gets no one's 50 health, really low. Don Cheadle, in the meantime, on Optic Union, has thrown in the Kiriko ult, which does fade. Not going to be enough to make anything happen. Judge on the point has used Minefield, but it does get burned down. Chasey has swapped to D.I.Y at 100% ult as well, so they do have an escape route. Optic Union has succeeded in getting that fight win, but again, man, at I don't know. D.I.Y is just in such a better position here.
Yeah, they are. I mean, D.I.Y can just kind of grind up their ultimates, force them out from off tank. You don't have to engage much.
Oh boy.
Getting used.
Such a smart EMP. I don't know if you saw that, but they did get the mercy with that.
It's a very smart EMP, but I still don't know if I like it. 3 ultimates used in that fight from off-tank Union, when the EMP maybe alone could have done it. I don't even know if you had to do it. It was kind of you were preventing a fight from happening in the first place. So it's just kind of a lot of resources invested when that's the exact thing that D.I.Y needs to happen so they can retake this point. They still have about 2 fights to go.
I mean, I agree. Yeah, the EMP absolutely was probably enough there, but hey, what can you do now? Phone in the thick of it, duplicating the D.I.Y, falling dangerously low. Does get a pocket here from Stratocaster, but now Strato is the subject of the ire of D.I.Y. Phone really needs to find something here. Does get one person. Squiggle has fallen to that duplicated D.I.Y bomb. Back in Echo form as Lamb just fights, just tooth and nail on the point here, tearing and clawing here. Does get a pick as Chasey finds one as well. Phone, I mean, both DPS on both sides have fallen. In the midst of all of this, D.I.Y finds a counter flip. A big stick gets it on 2. Don Cheadle was stuck and just kind of climbed into Stanky, and that's going to do it. 100-0. What a masterful pulse bomb there. And D.I.Y gets the first map in the series.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a fantastic pulse, and not a whole lot else you could do about that one. I mean, just getting full supports at 99, or 98, excuse me, 98 to like 50, and just a brutal look from Off-Tank Union off the go. D.I.Y just playing a really solid game so far, and
those icicles.
Yeah, just able to succeed on multiple compositions. That's, I think, the most important bit as we get when we look towards other future maps. is often you can kind of lock that dive down and say, that's what we're playing. We're going to be really good on that. And nothing doing. D.I.Y can refute that both with dive and with kind of that Ramatra brawl. So something's got to change for Off-Tank Union. They have to find that way in because it's not giving them prolonged team fight wins.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, this is definitely, it feels like not the same team we casted a few. Cause it was you and I that casted against Eye Candy, right? Or am I misremembering? I think that might have been Shunned. It was either you or Shunned. I've only casted with you two. In any case, I mean, it was a gigabanger. They were able to, Off-Tank Union was able to, hold Eye Candy very long on Rialto. They did eventually lose that, but it's very interesting because it feels like D.I.Y. I mean, there's just clicking a bit more consistently than Off-Tank Union is. Chasey on the ball didn't accomplish a whole lot, just kind of bounced around, didn't really get a whole lot of high-value targets or a whole lot of pressure. Squiggle, I mean, good on the Sombra. I feel like that was like a bright spot, but, everything else, it just felt very disjointed, whereas D.I.Y, I mean, once they got on the point, I mean, it was just they get a pick, they reset. They get a pick, they reset. They get a pick, they reset, and they just kind of kept that locked in for the whole dang round.
Absolutely. That's the thing that Off-Tank Union have to do. We have a bit of a replay. Oh.
Yeah. Absolute
brutalization from Phone. Oh.
That doesn't help either. I mean, Phone was, again, just had the other DPS's number. And great Zenyatta. I mean, hey, you know what? We got another map coming up. We got Dorado. So maybe they can turn around, right? It's also.
Absolutely, definitely possible to turn it around. Oh, yeah. Oh. I think, though, yeah, with the Dorado coming up, I think that is a map where multiple composition types can be used, and that maybe a slight mismatch could be the thing that Off-Tank Union need to, or can exploit to succeed going forward. It's a map that you can play that dive, and I think it works pretty well on. I presume D.I.Y will be trying to mirror it, but we will see. In terms of substitutions, Truedonger has come in for Try. Greninja has come in for Judge. That is on the side of D.I.Y. And then for Off-Tank Union, Born to be mid, I believe that's on the lineup sheet, that's LCS. And
looks like they're Born to be mid to me.
Music Addicts is coming in for Danky.
Such a bunch of silly names. What are you spend up with on, eh? How about that? How about that? We got some fun lineup so far. We got Off-Tank Union. I mean, probably might swap here, but Chasey and Doomfist, interesting. Ninja, D.I.Y.
Yeah, D.I.Y is playing what is, I would say, is probably expected, a dive-ish comp. Lamb's pick on the Ashe is probably to counter that, but we're actually seeing the Ashe mirror, so what do I know? And Off-Tank Union otherwise playing the dive, that is what I would expect from them. That's kind of their game plan from the go.
They do swap off the Doomfist here. Chasey electing to go with the Winton, wanting to jump, zap, and shield their heart's content. Greninja on D.Va, just on the high ground, looking for some way to drop down potentially and stop this cart progress. Chasey is also very quickly elected to go to D.Va, getting off the Winston and quickly swapping D.Va. Phone 1 HP, very under a lot of pressure here, alive. A lot of healing coming in, keeping the DPS alive is what you need here to do any sort of successful defense here. And just a lot of saber rattling, which is kind of a common theme here, it feels like, where, okay, they do get a D-Mech, which could be it for this attack.
It probably will be. I mean, they're going to stay in this fight. They're going to stay there because it's really difficult for D.I.Y to push that unless they press forward, and that looks to be what's happening. And trying to burst down Don Cheadle can't get it done. But now that the mech's back, you can start to re-engage again.
Oh, you can't do that. They're going to try and press the issue, though. Phone duplicating a D.Va and then going in and then dying, but going to get a lot of damage in. Trying to get a D-Mech kill. Gets just D-Mech'd and then killed, it looks like, in the Echo form. Lamb finds Squiggle, so Off-Tank Union is still down here, and Phone gets another, just beaming them down, and then a whip shot by Strato. That's huge. In the midst of all this, the point, or the payload rather, has gone to the archway. I would say the choke point of destiny for Dorado.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bit tough.
Pick on a Lamb though could be something that often you can exploit if they can get in, but the Dawn Cheadle counter trade is kind of brutal there.
Yeah, I'd say so. Chasey though finding Strato. I mean, again, just slowly stringing together some sort of victory. Potentially. Treedonger throws in a nano boost on Greninja in the thick of it, trying to chase down the other D.I.Y who's being buffed by this rally. Lamb getting Squiggle. I mean, you're just in a straight room. What can you do? JC falling to half HP. A lot of healing going into them. So Don Cheadle is zooming in on their own nano boost here, 75%. Strato does have a rally here ready, but I mean, it's a lot of ult charge coming in for D.I.Y from the defense.
Yeah, a lot of ult charge, and they're able to cycle their ultimates pretty well, which is pretty ideal for defensive hold, especially at this archway. 90 seconds remain for Off-Tank Union. They have a nano boost coming up online very soon. So this Bob and this Pulse is online, but you have to make do with something. Those are not, I would say, high impact ultimates to get through this archway and back onto this cart.
Yeah, you're more than likely going to see D.I.Y here, Chasey getting nano boosted, even just to get a remech. I mean, that's basically a ticket for another 600 HP in the fight. Let's say that phone on the Echo themselves duplicates the Ash. Squiggle finding land. That's going to be huge, actually. Off-Tank Union now off to a great start. Throws in a single headshot before backing off. Phone needs to get out of there. Not going to get a Bob, more than likely. Don Cheadle has a nano boost. Yep, going on the D.I.Y. Then again, just to get a little bit more HP even here in the fight, potentially, as Stratocaster pops in the rally. This Anna is 1 HP. Treedonger fall. Don Cheadle as well find Phone. It seems as though Off-Tank Union has finally found the magic after basically getting a single pick, then losing 2, and basically losing the fight here to D.I.Y in the defense for the past, what would that be, 3 minutes? They finally figured it out, Salsa. They did it. They did it.
Yeah, well, Stratocaster just chilling on the point for once it's capped. Not the best call in the world, but we take it, I guess. A little bit extra delay for D.I.Y to. Oh. Okay, doesn't get the kill though. Hold on, doesn't get the kill.
Phone, man, that is. I was positive about it be a kill there.
I was
really
too.
good. I mean, really good peel. I mean, you got to say that on Strato. I mean, I'm not sure what you're gonna finish saying there, but or Music Addicts rather. But that was a good peel from them.
Yeah, no, it was a really great peel, and it allows this card to keep moving halfway through point B. And mana boost onto Phone could be something in the backline here.
Seems like it. They do finally get the Ana pick. Yeah, they didn't succeed the first time, but they were able to that time. Lamb finding Ash as well, and Off-Tank Union and Greninja. Gets the Bob out. Forty Mid had used that Bob there. So more than likely, I think Off-Tank Union have lost this fight, but Chasey still does want to throw in a little bit more damage where they can. Falls off the point after getting the Ana Donger sent back. Yeah, I mean, this is still looking good.
It was a basically lost fight. I think that there is maybe a small argument if you're at full health to re-engage with Squiggle and Chasey, but being in the middle of the rest of the team and being at low health basically nullifies the ability to just touch that point, get it forward, because D.I.Y lost both their supports. Now everybody will be in position for this next go round, and Phone getting in position for another big burst down. Not able to find the peel is there.
I mean, they've been so close all these times. They get Ana throwing an anti-nade and a sleep. Gets it on a few people. Ash and Brigitte following a little bit in the danger zone, but not quite successful. Treedonger falls to Squiggle's Pulse Bomb. Really good job. Greninja does use a nano boost, just a small enclosed space. They can even melee here, maybe even get a fight win, but Bone says, no, I got this with a burst bomb here. They are forced back as Greninja falls. I mean, that is kind of one of those things, right? You rattle the cages of the bars of the cage, and you're going to get bit here at some point. D.I.Y on the back foot a bit on this defense, it seems. Chasey here just being able to exist. Yeah, I mean, that's a big pick there. Lamb, no Ash on the field for D.I.Y. 23 seconds on the clock here, and this is looking like last fight territory, Salsa.
It is last fight territory, and this respawns are in the favor of D.I.Y right now. That the nano boost comes out from Don Cheadle, but Don Cheadle had to take a long time to get ready for this fight. Greninja already back into this fight, trying desperately to kill Phone. Can't do it with that D Matrix.
I mean, that's still a really good play, I feel like, if they can survive. Echo burning them down, stays alive. Lando finds Squiggle. That's not what you want to have happen. Off tank Union here, down to DPS. Phone finds Brigitte as well. Music Addicts out of the fight. D.I.Y are locking it in. Rally on the field from Stratocaster, and now burning down Chasey. I mean, the entire team is looking at this D.Va. D.I.Y locking down right before second point. Off tank Union looked good. I felt like they had some momentum, but just nothing doing here.
No, could not really capitalize off of the pick off of Greninja. You were up a 4v3, but did not feel like it was an ability, like there was any ability to push in, and slowly those number advantage just kind of gets inversed, and you're at a 5v4 waiting for Don Cheadle to arrive for an extra little bit there. Just nothing you can do. And now Off Tank Union, if they want to stay in this series, have to have a very good defensive side.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. D.I.Y, I mean, they locked it down real well. Off Tank Union, like I said, you know, they were pretty good. I feel like they got pretty close there, but unfortunately, again, just you know, we're kind of subject to the issues they run into last map, where they'll get one pick, but then they immediately get two picks against them from D.I.Y. It's unfortunate, but Off Tank Union, they just need to get something more cohesive, maybe a better game plan. I'm not sure what's been cooking on the D.I.Y team, but it seems to be simmering a bit longer. I don't know a good cooking analogy, but it's better. It smells better. I like what you're cooking, D.I.Y. It's tasty.
Yeah, and I think I don't mind this Off Tank Union swap onto this onto the Rhine comp with this May. I think it's pretty good if they can handle some of the dive that might happen onto some of their supports if they are not playing just in this tiny room for the entire set.
I mean, this is just a classic. I remember playing. I've got PTSD from playing goats on this very situation. I think I won actually a tournament doing that. God. It was. I mean, it worked, man. It worked. Swiggle though finds Phone. That's not gonna work. Dial tones here as they respawn, and first fight win for Off Tank Union on this. Man, maybe not here. That's a huge anti. In the midst of all this, Ana was able to relocate here and get a better vantage point. Under pressure from Squiggle, gets to half HP as Strudonger just is able to keep them alive. And another anti thrown in, doesn't get anyone as Chasey falls dangerously low. Yeah, just hanging out with the boys at Phone. Finds Don Cheadle. That's gonna have to be it for that defense. Knocked an I was gonna say an hour. Jesus, knocked a minute off the time. It's a long map. Knocked an hour off the clock.
Yeah, an hour would be quite long. No, a nice solid though minute 15 off the clock, and I must say I do like that rotation from Strudonger. Just if they're gonna concede the high ground and just concede basically all the sight lines for this cart, take advantage of it. Just rotate around and support your team from afar. Guarantee that you won't be dived on or you aren't a target. For how they want to play, they can't speed in and try to kill you. Just provides fort from afar. That's what Ana does best.
Chasey hitting the W key here. Lamb has a pulse bomb in the back line. Does get saved here. The team gets saved by that Baptiste lamp here. Born to mid finds Lamb. That's going to be huge. Greninja forcing the issue here on D.Va. Does have a self-destruct ready, so if they fall, they're going to be able to stay alive. Phone finds Don Cheadle, and also Music Addicts, star of all the Marvel films, is out of the fight. And now with that was a really good play there. Yeah, really good job with that Blizzard. And now Born to be Mid on the point. Lots of red here. Off Tank Union coming in with a great defense, but now though, Phone, you don't duplicate the D.Va. I mean, that's going to be a lot of HP here on the field, and Music Addicts throws in a really solid sound barrier as well. I was thinking D.I.Y was able to pull something together, but Off Tank Union coming in clutch.
They are coming in clutch, and D.I.Y, I mean, they have their ultimates, a lot of their ultimates online, but ooh, that's a good pick. That's a non-starter for this fight. I mean, they're gonna get in position. They might try to skirmish a bit, but they can't engage until Lamb's back up, ready to go, and that's a good 10 seconds burnt off the clock for free. 1 minute really is all they have here to try to make something work.
Phone able to use the duplicate to stay alive here as May with a great icicle and a great wall. I like it. Baptiste ult. Oh my god, Don Cheadle, star of the Marvel films, has fallen here after a great Baptiste ult. JC, though, doesn't want to end this here, or wants to end this here, rather. Throws in an Earth Shatter. Gets a few people, but it's not going to be enough here. Squiggle finds True Donger. There's a lot less heal on the side of DIY, but it's not going to be enough. His phone and Lamb just coming alive here, and DIY make... Oh, God, that's grim. That was grim. The bug was on the windshield. DIY pushing it in.
Yeah, 3 minutes left on the clock to get through essentially all of second. Maybe not the complete full distance, but quite far. And this the second corner, I guess, of second is another really good place to hold if you are off tank union. It's what they have to get. It's where they have to get the job done, and the swap onto this dive means they will be behind in ultimates for a good while, and D.I.Y will be able to make this corner turn pretty easily.
Chasey has elected to go on the ball here into the D.I.Y from Greninja, getting in their face, getting to half health, able to get back though again. Greninja has a self-destruct ready, so they're not really going to be playing any with any sort of conservation in mind. Launching in here, Chasey gets anti forced back, 0 HP, burnt down by phone. They've just had their number consistently here, and it's last fight territory with 2 minutes on the clock. Greninja going to the high ground here, trying to force off a one last fight potentially. Easy Addicts getting pushed back along with the Don Cheadle. And Echo on the field for a Tracer duplicate, trying to get a bunch of pulse bombs, really their only hope. It feels like the Chasey finding phone here on Echo. I mean, that's going to really help things out as well. Greninja has thrown in a self-destruct, gets 2 there, born to be mid, and also Squiggle's a duplicate rather, ends there. Lamb finds Music Addicts, but it's not going to matter. It's Chasey finds the Ana on the side of DIY, so it is still even here. One support down on both sides, and now Don Cheadle throws in a nano boost as well. They need to win this fight. Don Cheadle finds a pick on Strato, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here. Phone has been such a menace, and Greninja here is back as well, but Minefield from Chasey might be able to do it here, and Salsa, I mean, I'm not sure who's going to win here. It's a little close.
It's a very back and forth fight, but I think the reinforcements from Off Tank Union are going to be able to stave off DIY for just a little bit longer. The phone copy is burnt away, so kind of back to the drawing boards for DIY, and you used basically every single resource you had. It's this Ana boost and this pulse bomb that's going to come up online, and that's it. Off Tank Union, though, literally had to use everything to survive that fight. So, and Chasey gonna have to get burst down, trying to survive at 200 health and going up, able to cause more chaos, and will survive.
It is so surprising to survive that, but Phone finds a pick on Squiggle. The Echo counterpart is down, and now another pick. Born to be mid. Genji is out of the fight. They have no DPS here. DIY, this is their fight to lose at this point. Burning down Chasey, 1 HP, Antied with a Dream. Coming in, maybe, if they can hurry with another few more ultimates, but it's not going to happen here. Chasey just staying alive here. 69 HP and a Dream. Make that 0. Phone finds a pick as well, and DIY, 2 maps to 0 here. Man, Off Tank Union just did not look comfortable at all in that set.
No, they looked comfortable during their time playing the Rhine comp on A, but just swapped off of it, and probably it's a debatable correct move. I think it's definitely, in hindsight, it might have been worth trying it otherwise, but I don't know how much that works on second without kind of it being a mirror. Like just kind of both teams locking rush. So it's just, you needed to get the job done on first, and that unfortunately didn't happen. They almost got it done, but could not win that last fight. And yeah, DIY just taking a pretty clean 2-0 to get started with their first week of play.
Yeah, I mean, they did it themselves, I would say, and successfully. I mean, again, they were able to find a really solid composition that it got their DPS in a good spot where they could kind of do whatever they wanted to do, which is all a tank is supposed to be able to do, right? Get the DPS position to do the stuff, do the damage, and get the kills, which they were able to do consistently. Off Tank Union just didn't really have an answer for them. We do have some interviews, though, from the winners. They're here, Phone and Judge. Oh my God, Aaron Judge, are you here?
Oh. Hello.
From third field, Jesus, right field to BPL. Third field. Oh yes, I'm a baseballman. Good job, guys. I mean, Phone, you were electric on that Echo.
Thank you. It felt really good, especially into a Brawl Cup on Dorado, which is interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess walk me through. I guess, you know, obviously the kind of classic question. Walk me through your decision process going into that. Did you kind of go in here with Off-Take Unit in mind, just say, hey, play to our strengths? Like, what was the thought process with choosing the comp and executing like you did?
Yeah. So basically, what happened is we originally, when we started scrimming, we like just tried to like counterpick teams a lot. We're like, we can do that, but then it's like, we'll just play with the heroes we're good at because it's just a lot easier. And we expected them to play a lot more Queen because we saw Squiggle play Queen and was really good at it. So we expected them to play a lot of Queen, and that's kind of why we went like the on like Gardens. We went like the far Echo comp. I can't remember which one I played. I think I played Echo, like the ball comp. We thought they're gonna be on Queen, and then after that, we're good at Dorado with Greninja on Diva, and our backline being on a Brig, and me and Lamb did our thing. Felt really good.
Yeah, I would say so. Salsa, did anything jump out at you with kind of the tank play? Because I felt like Chasey's always kind of a solid point, but I mean, I don't know. Any thoughts? Any thoughts for Judge?
I mean, go on.
Slash questions. I was trying to tee something up, and I teed both of you up. So that's my bad. That's my bad.
Judge, if you have something, go for it.
JC always seems like an interesting player. I played against him in ranked a few times. Overall, he's a very, very solid player. Always plays really well. On the games today, he seemed really aggressive and very committal, which normally leads to a lot of benefits. But today, it just seemed like it didn't work out. But overall, he seems like a really strong player, really great player. Big respect for him.
Absolutely. Salsa, because I stepped over in your I accidentally stepped in your tea time. I'll let you close and finish the interview and whatnot. Go ahead.
No,
the floor is yours.
It was, I was gonna ask about kind of how you viewed the tank duel there, at least in the game you played, so you can answer my question there.
Oh, I gapped him, but that's it.
Yeah, that the night market just playing point and basically doing nothing, just absorbing the dives. It was just felt like I knew Chasey liked the ball, but I didn't know how much they were gonna play it. But apparently they forced it quite a bit, so that was fun to play into. Because as a Mei player and Lamb plays Cass, and it's just the ball cannot move.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Salt, do you have any thoughts, any closing thoughts, also, as we go to our final match here momentarily?
Not a whole lot. Congratulations on your win, and hope the winning ways continue for your team.
Thank you so much. We plan on that.
Fighting.
07. All right. Well, thank you again for the fun match. After this, we do have Starstruck versus Pacfellows, which will be the final game of Week 1. I think I'll be right. It was just a non-A League match. The B League match. Yes.
So we'll have the final standings for A League after this week. Crusaders, D.I.Y, and Unknowns in Group A come out in the pole positions, winning their opening week matches. In Group B, or excuse me, in Group A, in A Group 2, I should say. Worcester, Uranogled, and Aquila, they win their opening games. Worcester taking that 2-0, so they'll be in first place going into exiting Week 1. And both are actually the grand finalists in the opening or the kickoff tournament, going down.
Yeah, I was
this week.
I was just looking at that. I'm like, yes, I'm surprised. Yeah, you're an Ogled as well. I mean, they got walloped to Worcester, and now they are tied with them. And Eye Candy was the. I mean, yeah, this is interesting standings already. But we're gonna make things a little more interesting. For the B League coming up shortly. So we're gonna go for a really quick break. We'll be right back just to stretch our legs. Don't leave. Feel free to stretch your leg for like 30 seconds, but come back. One more match coming up. Welcome back. It is time for the final match of the first weekend, BPL Season 5. We made it. So far, I mean, I feel accomplished. I feel a strong sense of renewal in my heart, my soul, my mind. Salsa, what are you feeling? What are you feeling right now as we go into this last match?
I'm feeling good because I think it's going to be a good match. These teams have actually played before. They played in the tournament last week, and it was a pretty close match. It was a 2-1 game that went in favor of Pacfellows, who ultimately got swept out of grand finals. But both of these teams had to go through a bit of a path to get there, both playing in round 1 and in round 2, taking those games. So I think going into this, it is still a very close matchup, just like that was. And interestingly, none of the maps that we'll be playing today will be some of the games. So we're going to see completely new looks from these teams. We know what they're doing and how they've played against each other before, less so on how they're going to play here today.
Seems with the powers that be, they knew how to set this up in such a way to be a fun viewing experience.
Absolutely.
Who would have thunk? But yeah, Nepal coming up first, a fun one. We do have, I believe, some ringers. They kind of moving around.
Yeah,
so
we get into the rosters.
Swap,
so Starstruck doesn't have any, so we can go by that roster straight up, and a pretty solid roster. Parody is not listed for a team for a BPL, I think, for season 4, but is a known quantity, a pretty good player there. And then Pacfellows will have 2 ringers. Noodle is out and Gurgler is in, and then Shim is out, Istis is in. And they only have 1 support listed, so I don't know who their other support is. I would imagine it's Skybeam, but I'm not 100% sure.
All right, we'll find out. Yeah. We'll see the gamer in action, as we always do. Man, Pacfellows. That's a fun one. That's a fun one. We got lots of fun again. I always talk about it. Fun branding this year, which I really like. But yeah, so Nepal coming up first. So what are you thinking lineup in terms of just not lineup, but I guess lineup, but comp wise? I feel like in Nepal we've seen it a bunch. We see a little bit of Ramatra, and we see Reinhardt for a second on one map. Like what are you feeling here? Seen a lot of here as we get into Nepal.
I think it depends on which version of the map is. I mean, on Village, I think that's kind of where you see a lot of the Ramatra compositions, a lot of Rush. That's a really good Rush map. If you're playing Shrine, I think that's the best kind of dive map. It's very wide open, allows a lot of sight lines, a lot of movement. You can get into a lot of places and make dive executions really well. It's Sanctum that I think is usually the deal breaker for many teams. It can be played with both, and the way you have to play around the dive or you have to play around the rush is kind of the make or break for teams. So if you can only play one of those kind of styles, it's really going to come down to who wins Sanctum, if it's played at all. If you have a lot of flexibility, then it's very possible to kind of mirror into a composition that you like and just play like that. So we will see. Starstruck, it looks like Parody will be playing tank for them today. So
I don't know what's going on.
This is a bit of an interesting one. My notes are completely useless.
Well, it's all right. It's jazz, baby. All the right notes are just the wrong notes that you don't play. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
I mean, Jen using Symmetra to get on the point quickly, or towards the point quickly, and flops off to Sombra here as Pacfellows also use the Symmetra. I feel like we've seen this before, where one team able to get to the point faster than the other and just locked it in. Bunkering down here as Istas and Gurgler hanging out on point. Just get a lot of damage, but unfortunately not get a lot of life. And now Genesec finds the Gurgler, and Moonglow on the side of Pacfellows did find Parody, so it looks like a tank has fallen instead of Starstruck, but Pacfellows are going to be able to stay hunkered down, and Bloom able to get a few cheeky kind of rockets in here and there, but not much you can do. Just stay inside. It's raining. You know what I'm saying? Just get cozy. Don't do that. Can't do that, Salsa.
Yeah, this is I think not a great pick from Bloom. I think Far doesn't work the best here unless you get caught out like Shimoran does. If you just play on this point, you're not going to really have to have a problem with this Pharah. and you could just pick off the rest of the team from the other side, and that's kind of what's happening here. It's now a 2v2 on point, which might be in the favor of Starstruck as they are able to get onto the point and stay there. Moonglow falls, but it just Pacfellows got to sit on point for 30%. They didn't really even win a fight. They just got to sit there because the natural way the Starstruck composition wants to play has not allowed them to sit on point.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Pacfellows here, walking back to point. Gonna keep the same comp. We're gonna keep rocking here, rocking the free world. Istas here on the point now, forcing the recontest, and now both teams are on Armatra, so now it's gonna be Armatra fight. Istas already flexing, punching in here, though Parody and Bloom, Parody getting two with these flexing fists. Genesec finds well Chimerin, but Istas, using the Annihilation, gets a pick on Bloom, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. Forced to walk backwards here. Gonna try and imagine, yep, gonna try and reset. Now, 41% in the midst of all of this, Starstruck was able to continue getting point progress, and now they've got a pretty decent lead, at least a fight lead on the Pacfellows.
Yeah, and Pacfellows are making us a couple composition changes. Jen is just harassing Istas back here for no reason, just to build a little bit of ultimate charge, making their lives a little bit harder, burning away a little bit extra time. I think the D.I.Y is an interesting pick here to try to deal with some of these dive DPS, but just the Starstruck able to handle Gurgler just like that, and Moonglow also falling really early in this fight, taking away just any opportunity to actually contest here, and this stagger's not ideal in the slightest. This is last fight territory, and Pacfellows are close to many ultimates, but they have their support ultimates particularly, but they have to kind of get into point and actually be able to use them. And this EMP from Genesec is not too far away. If this can get online, it can be something to shut down those ultimates pretty well with just a lot of damage.
Gurgler on the point, getting a recontest here as Winter throws in a Kiriko ultimate. Moonglow has a sound barrier that is unleashed, gets a lot on their the Pacfellows, but it's not going to be enough as Starstruck just getting the picks here. Two actually people fell into the EMP though, Moonglow and Chimerin, who does fall. That's not really gonna matter though. Bloom gets two more picks. I mean, Starstruck looking dominant so far on this. They did kind of lose that first cap, I believe. Pacfellows were able to get there fast, but once the novelty of that sim pick kind of wore off, Starstruck just kind of walked in the door.
Yeah, it is always the difficulty with when you play that Ram comp is to get in. The composition is not built to do that. It's built to kind of get in on that first thing and then stay there forever. And if you let go of it, it's that difficulty. So now we see as we get to Sanctum, a bit of a change of look from these teams. Starstruck playing with this Orisa, I think it's an interesting option.
I like it.
Still sticking with the Echo portion of this comp. Pacfellows playing similar, but you're kind of committing to this Reinhardt a little bit more.
Especially with this Symmetra, I mean, you gotta really make it worthwhile here on that Reinhardt. You're gonna be burned alive. Lucio inside of Pacfellows hacked. Now Jen finds the pick. Really good selection here on Sombra. Really good target selection as Gurgler uses the teleport to get behind the now attacking, defending. I'm not quite sure. Starstruck. Bloom finds a Gurgler. It's going to be a huge pick for them. No DPS on the side of Pacfellows, but Starstruck is able to eke out a little bit more here. Bloom finds another one, Moonglow. It's huge, and now no tracers. Well, Chimerin sent back to spawn. Starstruck gets the picks they need, and at this point, the fight win. Farewell, Istas.
Yeah, I don't know how much I like the Life Weaver, I gotta be honest. But I think part of the issue here is the way that Pacfellows had their composition earlier is very susceptible, I think, to the Sombra. And you see Jen just trying to make more hell for them, just while they're trying to even get to the point, and is very much hurting here. Does get out though. The Life Weaver actually a useful pick, allows for the escape of Istas, and Winter gets taken out by Chimerin, so a solid support pickup, and that pulse bomb was nasty.
They were waiting for that.
There's just nothing you can do, and that should be a way for Pacfellows to get on this point and cap it.
Yep, yeah. Three picks came in for Pacfellows, able to make it happen there in that fight, and yeah, sitting at 7% here, going into 10, looking good for Pacfellows as this Gentleman. They want this Sombra ult so bad.
You know, if this EMP is big, that can decide this fight altogether, and it gets the support.
That'll do it. Skybeam and Moonglow both EMP'd there. Skybeam does fall. No Wife Lever on the field. Bloom and Parody, though, on the side of Starstruck, get a couple picks here. Parody finds Moonglow as well. Moonglow had invested the Baptiste ult. Doesn't seem to get a lot of value out of that, unfortunately, as Parody chases them down. And it looks like Starstruck are going to be able to get the counter pick, or the counter flip, 48% to 37.
Yeah, and Starstruck do have this one support ultimate in the form of the Valkyrie. Pacfellows, if they can rotate the point and get on there, I think they have a little bit more going for them. But Parody dropping very low, but will get out ultimately. With having to pop that Valkyrie, Gurgler getting taken out by Bloom is really damaging to this attack. Moonglow also going down should result in a reset from Pacfellows.
Yeah, just a flurry of picks coming in for Starstruck, and Istas elects to reset. We're in last fight territory, Salsa, and things are looking grim for the gamers in yellow here. The poor gentleman Pacfellows. I don't think they're gonna have to make a miracle here.
Yeah, I think there's a chance they touch. They have the classic dive DPS, but somebody has to kind of burst through, and it's gonna be difficult to get in there. They do get a touch. Pachimari dies for it.
I mean, that's unfortunate, but what can you do? Bloom finding that pick on Tracer. Skybeam uses the flower to get a little bit higher. Maybe he got himself into danger, but Parody finding Istas with that Primal Rage, and Moonglow just desperately trying to pump in some healing. Staying in the tree. Not going to do a whole lot, except give him a little bit of shade. And Starstruck, dominant showing on Nepal. Able to get the clean two rounds in a row, and now are up in the series 1-0.
Yeah, they do take a quick 2-0 lead, and I mean, just really solid play, able to just be a more cohesive unit than Pacfellows, just able to find the picks as they need and get the job done, and playing just really good, solid play so far. As I think now we'll have to kind of analyze how Pacfellows have to bounce back. They were able to play some different compositions. That is a boon for them. Just weren't able to really get the job done on Village, when they were playing the that Ramatra composition at first, when they weren't able to stay on the point for a very long time. So I'm interested to see what it looks like on Gibraltar, because Gibraltar's a dive map mostly. You can't it's harder to get away with playing a Reinhardt or a Ramatra. You're usually seeing a Ball or a Diva or a Winston. So that is what I'm concerned about, and they don't have a lot of roster flexibility right now, having to have run 2 ringers. It's very possible that just because of the map pool, they're not able to bounce back here.
Yeah, that is a very real danger, and there's Bloom getting some damage in on the Pharah and Winter. I mean, the Parody, rather, excuse me, getting a couple on the supports as well. I mean, lots of just good placement of ultimates and good usage of ultimates, which is all you really can ask for with a winning team. Istas, no way. Yes way, Istas. Yes way. And yes way to getting booped off. Psych! This is a really smart play as well. Shimmerin didn't quite make it happen with this pulse bomb, but it was a good effort. I don't know, Pacfellows, I mean, I think they've still got some good stuff going on. Some really good stuff. But...
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not like it's over. I don't want to imply that it's just over. But I think that there is some concern going forward if they can't use that flexibility and execute on it. Especially because Starstruck was able to play on at least the beginning of Village with the dive tank, and they were playing with Winston the entire time for Sanctum there.
Absolutely. And we're getting into Watch Point Gibraltar here momentarily. potentially, you know, the last half of the series, if our defending yellow circles don't shape up. Starstruck has been looking good on Nepal. We'll have to see if they keep it going here on Gibraltar.
Absolutely. I don't have any lists of subs quite yet. It looks like we will be getting that momentarily. Okay.
So we got some gamers, you know, using the Life Weaver once again.
So Bubbly is a Moore, and
well, their name is Bubbly, so that's all that matters.
On here I'm talking about the lineup sheet, but they're listed as a support player. They're playing DPS, so this will be an interesting look for them as we take a look at the defensive composition, the Tracer and that Hanzo being played as a DPS line. I like the Winston play here, and Weaver is a questionable one. I don't know if I like that one all that much, but you know what? It is what it is. Pacfellows getting this lock, using this teleport early on. The parity has to be in position to eat that, but just going to be used at a bit afar, but pretty much a
That's not good. And Bubbly getting that pick on Skybeam 24. That's rough. That's rough. If you are Skybeam 24, you're wishing that was not the situation. Pumping in the healing here on parity as Istas dashes in. He's immediately pushed down by Bubbly. Unfortunately, not quite the die they're looking for. Now parity falling dangerously low, able to stay alive. Really good healing here, but in the midst of all that, Bloom has fallen. Istas has been reduced to singing Rick Roll song as Jen gets picked off. I mean, that's actually a pretty good opportunity for Pacfellows.
It is. I mean, just taking out. Oh, both supports are gone. This is should be the go button used. Even if you're down members, just execute on this, get through this point, and keep the pressure going. Try to get through this car wash if you can. You have the numbers advantage. You have this time to be burnt.
You know you're feeling good when you're just dancing on the point, dancing on the haters. Istas here, looking for a way to keep the good times rolling here. Parity has been a thorn in their side. 80% to ult here as they dive in Data Center. Both the supports are there's so much duress. Bloom picking off Moonglow. Pacfellows is more than likely going to have to back off, but Bubbly falling to Istas could be enough to keep this attack going. Gurgler has used a duplicate here on the monkey, it looks like, as Chimera finds they need to
okay, a little bit of bad
I don't know if
manners.
that was intentional or not, but Genesect and Parity finds picks, and now Starstruck once again sitting pretty.
I'm certain the Pacfellows would really have appreciated to have the some extra DPS there, but you know, sometimes you do need to send a message, and the message was sent. So, go next.
Everyone's hitting the gritty. Everyone's hitting the gritty, which I love.
Oh, and
Gurgler's hitting the gritty harder than all of us here back in Spawn. In New York, I Millie Rock.
Yeah, there's a lot of dancing going on, and okay. Yeah, can we check this guy?
Can we get an Istas cam again? Actually, I want to see if they're still dancing.
No,
nope.
we're
okay.
All right. Well, they're gonna be dancing their way back to the respawn room. Bubbly just causing pain for so many of these players. Just keeps on hitting the shots, and there's only 70 seconds left as they have to try to get this cart into point A in that time.
Absolutely. Right now, Gurgler looking to make something happen on Genji here. We do have Nano, no Nano Blade, but potentially Istas will jump in and just have a good old monkey time. Yes, they will. They got the juice. Sleepy juice. Jumping back in here, trying to get something to happen here on these supports as Bubbly finds Gurgler. I mean, Pacfellows not being able to string together much of anything at all here. On the back line, Ana just getting forced into the corner, finally gets killed by Bubbly, and man, that is just rough stuff. It looks like Pacfellows has won again, or lost again, and they're in the 30 seconds of time left before, man.
30 seconds, and I mean, now you have another big reset. You can't use ultimates, you really can't build them. None of the players who I mean, like, Shimoran could potentially skirmish, but if you die, then you have no chance. You have to be in position to get this touch, and only 6 seconds left. Have to get there. It's just might get caught out here. Shimoran will get that touch. Will put us into overtime, but now it's do or die.
I mean, Bubbly getting that pick. Huge pick by Bubbly there on Tracer. Now Bloom finding another one on the Brigitte with the Dragon. I mean, Starstruck. Man, I don't know if they were before it, but Pacfellows are seeing stars. That's definitely sure.
Yeah, this is just difficult to get in there and do anything. Pacfellows have been struggling. We're struggling the entire offensive side. Can't get it done there. And 77 meters and 8 centimeters. That's all it takes for Starstruck to get a nice 2-0 victory and start their regular season off pretty well.
Yeah, I'd say so. Getting a W in the books is pretty poggers, to put it mildly. And we will see what our selections are. Survey says Istas on the hog. Okay. Parody on the hog as well. Okay.
All right.
I'm liking it. I'm liking it so far.
Surely this is not the composition where the observers are being called.
Yo, observers. Hi.
Can we get Istas cam? Hold up.
Watch what I do when doors drop.
I don't like this. I'm a little scared.
Say less.
I'm a little scared.
Elliot Jet's got us. That's gonna. I mean, I cannot wait. Oh, Istas.
Yeah,
Istas.
Yeah, we see a lot of opening composition stuff for Starstruck. They're making some swaps now, but they're doing the. We do not want to get cheesed at the beginning of the match, so we will be cheesing them back. And
I see, Istas. I see. Who let her cook? Oh, okay, that's all right. She cooked. Okay. And now Parody is cooked as well. Lifeweaver under duress from Istas on the hog. What is she gonna do? She's gonna get the. There we go. I mean. All right.
Never mind.
Mercy though is right there. We get the Mercy maybe, and a good first fight and 40 seconds off the clock for Pacfellows.
Yeah, I mean, hey, any time is time. So.
Oh boy. I mean, that's gonna be rough. And a pick is a pick. And Jen finding Istas is huge. Bubbly finding the Gurgler, and May is gonna stay alive. Chim just wants to breathe for just a few more seconds. Parody says no. It's time to go back to spawn and. Starstruck pushing it in, pushing the old card in pretty consistently.
Yeah, I mean, already halfway to the box of victory, and Pacfellows will have to make a run for it, trying to get this touch to stop them from losing on the spot. It's kind of like the dive, but their composition is not built for it. It's just caught out and not doing a whole lot here.
I mean,
got to rotate around and Gurgler already dead.
I mean, outside of that first fight, not a whole lot has been happening here. And yeah, it's just gonna be a fight win for Starstruck now. Bubbly on the Cass up front. I mean, okay. That was a match of Overwatch, it seems.
Yeah, it was a pretty quick one. Just a solid, just statement win from Starstruck to get started. With the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, that was gross. I mean, yeah, a good job by Starstruck. I mean, they were dominant throughout. Probably would have helped, having a little bit less gritty hitting and more a DPS hitting, maybe, on the side of Pacfellows. But they made it interesting, at least. Made it fun to watch, and Starstruck walk away with that win.
Yeah, and I think there was definitely good signs for Pacfellows. They obviously have made it to the end of the kickoff tournament. So I think there's a lot of hope going into the season, just not the best ideal start for what they wanted to do. But absolutely time to pick up some of that play, clean it up, and get ready for their next matches.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're saying. I've said it before. The first week of matches determine the whole standings forever. So unfortunately, Starstruck have won the tournament. Congratulations.
I did forget this. I'm sorry. It is over, actually.
But we do have a friend. We've got a friend who I call Mr. Solomon.
Oh my god. Hi everyone.
Hi.
That's the first weekend done with BPL. Week 1, it's complete. Check that off of the books or whatever you check things off on. I have a little notepad that I check things off. I got to-do list.
Sticky notes.
One of my to-do lists is fix dashboard observer buttons. Yeah. Oh, here's a good highlight. There's a highlight of a teleporter. That one's a good one.
That's gross.
We had some good ones in here, and then it got a little silly. Yeah, a fun match, for sure. We had some good plays, and some plays. This one was good. That was a play of the game we just saw. And then on the attack, we had the Istas diff. Look at that. Get owned.
I mean, what else could it be except just Istas diff hitting the Millie Rock consistently? Except for that didn't happen. That didn't happen.
No, that was so funny. He said, "Can we have a look at Istas cam?" And it just immediately dies. And there we go. I'm not here, but I'm the disembodied.
You're here in spirit.
God.
You're Snookums' voice behind me.
The all-powerful voice of the commissioner.
Yeah, I'm right here. What a fun weekend. That's all of the... why am I trying to Starstruck? I want to type hot dog, Solomon, and salsa, and copy, and... Ooh.
No, well, we tried.
Hey, there we go.
Hey, look at that beautiful face.
There we go. That's week 1 done. Let's have a look at the standings for everything. I'm going to press a slightly different button. Here we go. I know what I'm doing. These are the standings for everything that's happened so far. Every team has played a match now. And you can see the standings are very simple. 1-0s or 0-1s. We're starting to get a little bit more information about these teams. We had a bunch of people who were who didn't have the same luck as the brackets you guys brought up earlier. That the winners of, or the finalists of A League both lost their games, Fnatic and Eye Candy.
Same thing actually for B League as well.
Yeah, actually true. Yeah, Pirates lose their match as well. So I guess I mean, we knew that the bracket wasn't going to show us everything we knew, but it was a little bit of an interesting one just to get some tape, see what we can find out, and apparently none of it mattered. So that's always good. That's it for this week, though. It's been a long one. We've had some 5 match broadcast days, and I am ready to go to bed. I'm going to do another Ast and just not wake up.
All right. R.I.P.
Yeah.
R.I.P. He's
miss that guy.
He posted an update. Yeah, guess what happened? I wonder.
Guys, you won't believe what happened. Yeah. I did that as well. I slept through, and that was funny, but I worked for this. Big thank you to everyone who's helped behind the scenes to get this week started. Obviously, we had the same last week, but you guys know how much work this takes to put together a somewhat comprehensible thing. Oh my god, there's so many people on this that I need to reduce the font size because there's too many people listed here. Oh my god, okay, here we go. Here is the production event staff so far. I think that's everyone. We've got Ageless all the way down to Zusa. Everyone who's helped out this week and throughout the season and who's been behind the scenes, couldn't do it without any of these guys. Special thanks to especially the events team, Knock on Wood, Jimmy Blanca, still CEO, sort of, and of course, Dr. Nisa, may he rest in peace, because he's on a break somewhere. And also, he just kind of left. He's doing his own thing. He'll be back at some point.
I thought you said I heard brig as in he was a nautical criminal. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, we've trapped him. He's gonna get.
Jesus, what did I miss?
Yeah, no, that's a lot of lore. Yeah, these people make this happen. Look, you can see yourselves in there. There's Hot Dog. There's Salsa down there, just above me. Love it. Next week is gonna be more of the same. We've got round 2 of our 5 rounds. Actually, I have a graphic for this. It's not this one, but you can have a look at this one. This is good. Yeah, this is one of the graphics. You may have seen, we've had like 6 or 7. I don't know the actual number. The graphics team has gone really crazy. If you have a look on Twitter, BPL_W, there's a bunch of these like 80s style posters for a bunch of the matches this week. I thought there was only going to be like a couple a week, like 1 a day, but there's been like 3 a day. So you should really have a look because they're really quality pieces of art. This one's kind of stitched together so it works on 16:9. But you saw one in the break for the fighting match for the match before this one, the D.I.Y off Tank Union. But there's a bunch more on Twitter, so grab a look. Shout out to Dilby and Avery and probably some others, but I think mainly those 2 who've done that. But also the rest of the team. And you've seen some videos as well. Shush has made some videos. Spencer's made some videos. And more on the team. So that's been really cool. We're gonna do some more things to the stream as well. For next week, I have some things cooking. I have this. This is not the right image. I want this image.
No, that's the right image actually.
No,
That's
okay,
right.
sorry. Here's the schedule, everyone. So as you can see, this is week 2. So this is week 1 of groups. We've got 5 more weeks of this. There you go. Regular season. So we're at week 1, July 21st. And we've got week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5 of groups, and then our playoffs, which is all first to 3. It's gonna be really fun. There's gonna be a bunch of people missing here and there. In 2 weeks, I'm taking a week off. I'm slacking, I know. And I'm not going out. So it's all going to be a mess, but it's going to be a fun mess. It's been really fun to see all the people, all the names in the games of people I recognize as I see that, like, going through all the matches. It's like, oh, I know that guy. I know that guy. They sucked this last season. Now they're really good. It's amazing. Yeah. Basically, thanks. Next week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, as always, we'll have a pre-show on Friday with Jimmy, which will probably go through a little bit of what we saw this week and set some stuff up for next week as well. And there'll be podcasts for the week because people just love making content. And I'm going to leave you with a top 10 plays of the kickoff clash tournament. Not kickoff clash.
Sports Center, here we come.
Yeah, for real. What's it called? Kickoff? No, BPL 5. There we go, BPL 5, week 1, top 10. So thanks so much for watching, guys. Shout out everyone who's on today and the rest of the weekend. It's been a lot of work, but these guys are killed it, and we could have behind the scenes as well. Yeah, what's up?
You should remind people to send in like things to us if you had a great play, so that we can get it on the next week's replay.
Yes, if you would help our video editors, there's a forum channel. It's crazy.
Clips, right? BPL clips,
yeah,
perhaps?
It's called BPL clips in the BPL Discord. You basically just submit a post to it. It's like Reddit, but on Discord. It's weird, but you'll get it. Post any of the clips you have, especially if there's ones that you recorded on your own, and we'll use all of the replay codes and everything to cook up some even better stuff for next week. You've seen on the break we've had some like slow-mo stuff that we used to do, and we got some new ones thanks to Jimmy. So if you have plays either from Twitch or from stuff you've recorded yourself, send them to the BPL clips forum. But without further ado, thanks so much for watching. We will see you next week for BPL 5 week 2. Good night.
Probably really does want that shattered. Oh my goodness! What a boot by Wi-Fi, and Diggy is gonna be the first to fall!
Off, that's okay. Good diff, good diff. I'm still pushing hard. I can't help you guys right now. What are you doing?
Over to the Kiriko, and that's a really nice pick onto Lore. But Reborn just comes in and blows everything up. If they were reborn like a phoenix, it was flying quite well on this Mara.
Heartbreaking game. If you feel like moving on, say something.
range from this Winston is really gonna be helpful, but the stick's gonna come in from Reborn! They're 4K! Go back to spawn!
Couldn't last.